Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a meeting of the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held virtually on Tuesday, November 25th. Before we begin, a couple of items. First of all, Mr. Yeski will be leaving the meeting early, and on any new items coming after, and on any items requiring it, Ms. Jones will seat for him. Second, we have a couple of postponements. The first one is, all right, so now I lost them. Where'd they go? Oh, the first one is the Town of Greenwich First Selectman for a final site plan to erect a statue of George Bush at 290 Greenwich Avenue. We had gotten a question, what's going to happen with that? How long is the postponement? We don't know. That's the applicant's call. The applicant just lets us know that they are unable to appear at that date and they ask for a postponement. It should be fairly soon because we must decide the item on the 13th of December. So we expect them at the first December meeting. Yep. All right. And then the second postponement is item number 9, Carolyn and David Hahn for preliminary subdivision for a proposed 3-lot subdivision of an existing 1.998 acre property at 84 Cognywog, and that has been postponed. And with that, we will be.
How about number 4?
Yeah,
That's
thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. And yes, thank you. And Newfield Properties 3 LLC for a final site plan to designate the property as a set-aside development by restricting 1 unit of the existing 3-family dwelling pursuant to CGS, Connecticut General Statutes 830G, and this is at 241 Hamilton Avenue. Thank you both, Yeski and Patrick. And now I think I've got it all. We are going to begin this meeting with a horde of decisions. A horde. And this is going to be, I think you're going to be hearing our voices even more than ever. I would like to begin by making the first motion, which is the zoning map amendment for TCS Realty. And I will go as follows. As to the application of TCS Realty LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone 15,234 square feet of a total 70,682 square foot parcel at 75 East Putnam Avenue from the former P zone to the LB zone. Whereas the P zone was eliminated on August 14th, 2019. Originally, the P zone was created to allow off-street parking areas adjoining business zones as dedicated parking. Whereas the applicant is proposing to rezone 15,234 square feet of the former P zone. Do you have a question, Mr. Lowe?
No, I just wanted to mention that I will not be seated on this.
I apologize for not reading who was seated. It's Albin, Macri, Jenkins, Yeski, and Wells. Albin, Macri, Yeski, Jenkins, and Wells. And my apologies that I didn't make that clear. Okay, so back to the motion. 15,234 square feet of the former P zone to the LB. The remaining 24,617 square feet would remain as the former P zone. Whereas the commission notes the result of the proposed rezoning will be the elimination of building and lot coverage nonconformities, inclusive of a proposed expansion of 1,024 square feet proposed in site plan and special permit applications, which accompanied this rezoning proposal. Prior to the rezoning and the proposed expansion of the structure of the building, coverage was 8,880 square feet, or 31.9% of the LB portion of the lot, as compared with an allowed 30%. Total coverage is 89% versus an allowed 75% permitted in the LB zone. Whereas Westcog issued comments dated 8/28/25, noting the proposed rezone is of minimal intermunicipal impact. Whereas the commission finds that this application is consistent with the 2019 POCD Guiding Principle 5, maintain economic vitality and thriving commercial centers. Therefore, Be it resolved, this rezoning application is hereby approved with the conditions that any outstanding staff or departmental issues be addressed and that the appropriate Mylar be filed. And now, do I have a second?
Second.
So Mr. McRae has seconded. And for the votes, Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Madam Jenkins?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and the motion passes 5-0. And with that, I beg your indulgence because this is going to be a little longer. We now go to the final coastal site plan and special permit. As to the application of TCS Realty LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit to construct a 1,024 square foot addition and to renovate the customer waiting area, restrooms, break room, and sales area, as well as construct an 852 square foot enclosed service drop-off area. The resultant structure would exceed 40,000 cubic feet of building volume in a business zone. The property is 70,682 square feet, located at 75 East Putnam Avenue in the LB Coastal Overlay Zone, Post Road Impact Overlay Zone, and former P zones. Whereas the application was discussed at the 10/29/24 meeting and heard also at the 8/6/25 meeting, 11/12/25 meeting, and was postponed by the applicant from the 9/30/25 meeting and 10/14/25 meetings. Whereas the final site plan and special permit applications were submitted concurrently with a proposal to rezone 15,234 square feet of the site's P zone to LB, and the commission has approved that rezoning proposal. Whereas the structures currently total 13,915 square feet and would go to 14,645 square feet, where 23,033 square feet would be allowed. Whereas the FAR would go from 0.459 to 0.309, and 0.5 is allowed. And the reduction in FAR reflects the rezoning of a portion of the existing P zone to the LB. Whereas this car sales and service use is legally non-conforming in the LB zone. Whereas Section 6141 of the BZR, or the Building Zone Regulations, addresses nonconformities, and B2, capital A, thereof states, a nonconforming building other than single family or two family may be altered or permitted to expand, provided that such alteration or addition meets the standards for site plan review under Section 615, and further provided that such alteration or expansion shall not increase the degree of nonconformity. Whereas Section 6141 clarifies in B thereof that the above provision applies to a nonconforming building, lot, or use, or the building in which a nonconforming use occurs. Whereas the rezoning application from the P to the LB zone eliminates existing dimensional nonconformities or any increases thereto resulting from this application. Whereas the applicant has indicated they are not increasing the parking nonconformity, although they report a reduction in parking spaces from 39 to 35 spaces, where 60 are the standard in Section 6158 of the Building Zone Regulations for the 12 service bays alone. Whereas the applicant has, however, not provided evidence on the record of sufficiency of parking relative to the 6158 standards. Whereas the lighting and landscaping on site currently do not conform with divisions 14 and 17 of the Building Zone of the zoning regulations, respectively. Whereas the purposes of the landscape regulations in Section 6176 include provide adequate screening and buffer residential uses from non-residential ones. Whereas the lighting regulations for business zones in their Section 6152A of the zoning regulations state, exterior lighting shall include but shall not be limited to all lights mounted on the exterior of a building as well as freestanding or ground lights. All exterior lights shall be designed so that the filaments, light sources, or lenses are shielded with opaque material in such a way that they will not be visible at the property lines except as follows. Adjacent to business uses, the light source shall not be visible at a height greater than 5 feet above the ground level. Adjacent to residential uses, the light source shall not be visible at ground level or above. Whereas the subject site in the LB zone abuts residential, the R7 residential zone to the south and the east. Whereas public testimony regarding the application focused on the desire for compliance with the lighting and landscaping regulations as they impact resident quality of life. Whereas the applicant is remedying the nonconformity of the existing landscaping and lighting and has indicated a commitment to meeting the intent of the regulations. Whereas the commission is, however, not clear that the proposed lighting will meet section 6152A2 of the BZR, requiring that in a use adjacent to a residential zone, the light source not be visible at ground level or above. Whereas DPW Engineering issued comments dated 9/25/25 with items to be addressed prior to zoning building permit. Whereas DPW Sewer issued comments on 7/30/25 requiring a signed acknowledgement, but not requesting any revisions prior to the sewer and building permit phase. Whereas Conservation issued comments dated 8/1/25, noting that the landscape plan consists of largely native species, which are well suited for the site conditions, but all trees are columnar species. Conservation recommends larger canopy shade trees where space and soil volume allow. Conservation also suggests that the applicant consider a hybrid approach to include both traditional pavement and pervious pavers for the large amount of impervious surface proposed. Whereas the application was reviewed by the ARC on 7/9/25, and the ARC was mainly concerned with the amount of non-compliant lighting attached to the non-compliant lighting, typo. Whereas on 7/30/25, the fire marshal issued the following comments regarding the proposed site plan. The distance from the proposed service reception bay and the parking spaces on the east elevation must maintain the 20-foot width. The gate at the rear of this area shall have an approved means of entry for emergency personnel. There must be a fire department access through to the rear parking area. Whereas IWWA issued a permits needs questionnaire dated 6/27/25, noting no permit required. Whereas the applicant provided an arborist letter dated 10/10/25 for the assessment with a visual assessment of the 5 white pines at the rear of the property. The trees appear to be healthy with no visible signs of decay or structural issues. The vines were removed to provide a more comprehensive assessment. Whereas the commission finds that the subject application meets the standards contained in sections 615 and 617 of the regulations, subject to the modifications required with this motion to approve. Therefore, be it resolved that these applications are hereby approved with the following conditions. 1, provide written verification that the parking nonconformity is not increased with this application. Applicant is to submit a table with the existing and proposed parking demand to confirm the parking does not create or increase the nonconformity relative to the standards in section 6158 of the BZR. Revise the lighting plan to be consistent with section 6152A2 of the BZR. If a light source would be visible from neighboring properties, it is to be removed. Remove the pole lights along the rear and center of the P zone, as that portion of the site abuts the residential zone. 3, reduce lighting attached to the rear of the building to to a one-pack or eliminate it entirely as necessary to comply with Section 6152A2 of the Building Zone Regulations. Remove the additional street pole lighting in conjunction with the appropriate utilities. Replace the artificial turf in the sidewalk with natural grass or plantings. Remove the shallow-rooted white pines along the site perimeter adjacent to the residential zone. Replace the pines with deeper-rooted specimens more likely to thrive in the location while also providing full screening. Provide details, number 7, provide details on refuse pickup to ensure that pickup times do not conflict with parking, as the end parking space blocks the access to the dumpster location. Comply with fire department access requirements. Implement conservation planting recommendations. The above conditions regarding lighting are to be verified by P&Z staff prior to TCO in a nighttime inspection. In addition, the applicant shall provide bug ratings for all proposed fixtures prior to zoning permit and shall address all other staff and departmental comments. All these conditions are to be addressed prior to zoning permit. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Seated on this application are the same people. Do you want to discuss or make comments or amendments?
I think it's comprehensive.
All right. So with that, Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Madam Jenkins?
Aye.
Mr. Yeske?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and the motion is 5-0. Passes 5-0. And with that, I hand over the baton to Mr. McRae.
Okay. This would be 18 Simmons Lane, PLPZ 2025-379, final site plan special permit. Applicant is seeking approval to demolish the existing dwelling and tennis court and to construct a new single-family dwelling with 2 guest houses, pool house, as well as install a pool, driveways, walls, terrace, patios, and associated landscaping and stormwater management systems, where the total volume of all structures will exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 7.05 acre property located in the RA2 zone. Whereas, as required by the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the 08/05/25 public hearing under PLPZ 2022-290. Commission finds that conservation issued comments dated 10/27/25 indicating recommendations to the application. Health Department issued a memo dated 10/9/25 indicating comments on the proposal. Zoning issued comments on 10/23/25 indicating no issues. DPW Drainage issued comments dated 10/23/25 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning building permit. Wetlands issued a permit dated 10/27/25 under file number 2025-109. And EMAC issued a memo dated 10/20/25 indicating a favorable review. Therefore, a motion to approve site plan noting the following. Health Department comments indicated 2 ledge letters have been issued for the project, noting the required select fill is to be brought to the site. Health Department is recommending that the select fill be brought to the site and placed towards the end of the project schedule, so as not to be compromise the functional longevity of the septic system. Per conservation comments, the applicant provided an updated soil and erosion control plan, revised dated 11/10/25. Per conservation comments, the applicant provided an updated landscape plan, revised dated 10/25/25. All vehicles must be parked within the property of 18 Simmons Lane. Prior to any construction activity, a contact person shall be established and the contact information shall be submitted to planning and zoning staff and the building department. A flagman will be used for all deliveries. Deliveries will be limited between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. weekdays. All delivery trucks will clear the turning radius from Lake Avenue. All work will be within the town of Greenwich construction hours, except all Saturday work will be limited to interior work and finishing.
Great.
Simmons Lanes will be photographed and documented prior to the beginning of work, and any and all damage to Simmons Lanes will be repaired to its original state. Prior to the CO, the length of Simmons Lanes is to be repaired and resurfaced, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Seated on this item are Albin, McRae, Lowe, Yeski, and Wells. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
For the closure? Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go on to the Berkeley Insurance Company, I believe. Madam Jenkins, you had offered to make the motion. Please proceed.
Chair, I just want to mention that Ms. Jones is in for me on this. She's seated on this
Yes,
application.
thank you. I read it right before the vote, but that's fine. So seated on this application is Albin, Jenkins for McRae, Lowe, Jones for Yeski, and Wells.
As the application of Berkeley Insurance Company, application PLPZ 2025-276, for a final coastal site plan and special permit for demolition of 5 existing structures and the construction of a 3-story office building totaling 38,300 square feet across 5 lots, 45,659 square feet in total lot area, to be merged for parcels located at 44 through 59 Davenport Avenue and 537 through 545 Steamboat Road in the GB and COZ zones. Whereas the proposal includes merger of the 5 existing parcels and the consolidation and relocation of the nonconformities present in existing structures, which would be demolished and replaced with a single office building with 37,978 square feet of office space, where office space is limited to 10,000 square feet per parcel in the GB zone. Whereas a prior application was converted to preliminary and moved to final with modifications on January 22, 2025, such modifications requiring the filing of a special permit for a building over 150,000 cubic feet in volume, legal authority for the proposed relocation and use of existing non-conforming features on the property, and a parking study to support proposed compliance of the proposed uses for the property. Whereas a pre-application PLPZ 2025-48 was reviewed on March 11, 2025, at which time continuing concern was expressed about the treatment of dimensional and use nonconformities. Whereas the Commission reviewed and commented on the application at public meetings on August 5, 2025, September 3, 2025, October 15, 2025, October 28, 2025, and November 12, 2025. Whereas on 7/31/25, the ZEO noted review of the project, including the non-conforming characteristics of the existing buildings. Whereas the Commission engaged in extensive discussion of whether such dimensional nonconformities could be relocated and consolidated in location where they do not currently exist. Following receipt of legal opinions by both the applicant and the Commission, the applicant then applied to the Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals to seek variances with respect to lot coverage, building coverage, FAR, oversized office use, and parking requirements. Those variances were granted on October 8, 2025, conditioned upon implementation of the specific plans as presented to the PBZA. Whereas prior to their application to the PBZA, the applicant modified the southwest portion of the proposed underground parking to resolve potential encroachment issues into the side yard setbacks and comply with the building coverage definition. Whereas on 10/10/25, the Sewer Division noted that it had received additional data with respect to discharge into the sanitary sewer system and the Oneida Drive pumping station, and had no further comments at this stage of design review, and requested an acknowledgement letter from the applicant. The acknowledgement letter was provided on October 14, 2025. Whereas the IWWA issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 9/11/24, indicating no action was required. Whereas the ARC at its regular meeting on 8/6/25 provided conditional approval of the application. Whereas on 7/30/25, the fire department requested confirmation of 2 means of access to the lower parking garage. Further, on 11/10/25, the fire marshal's office required that standards be addressed with respect to the adequacy of water supply for firefighting, private fire protection water tanks if needed, emergency responder communication access signals, and a fire safety plan for the construction phase. Whereas on 11/5/25, EMAC urged the applicant to further evaluate the data to confirm its choice of a Tier 2 generator rather than a Tier 4 recommended by EMAC. On 11/4/25, AMA Group CMTA responded that it has advised the applicant that a Tier 2 generator represents the appropriate solution for the building's life safety and standby power needs. Whereas on 7/22/25, Conservation noted that its concerns about landscaping and flood zone location had been met and expressed approval for the proposed lighting standards, protective glazing, and provision of EV charging stations. Whereas on 11/6/25, engineering found the drainage summary report acceptable and set conditions to be met prior to zoning building permit issuance. Whereas the Commission's consultant Beta indicated on 9/3/25 that it considers its 5 prior comments on the traffic study dated 8/26/25 to be resolved, and confirm the provision of a second emergency access from the underground parking area as required by the fire marshal. Whereas DPW Traffic Division on 10/8/25 noted the details on the civil site plan, coordination with parking services regarding the removal or relocation of on-street parking, and emergency access procedures for the second access drive were items that could be addressed prior to zoning permit. Whereas DPW Highway Division approved 2 requested waivers with respect to driveway location requirements, but did not waive the requirement of an SSD of at least 250 feet, noting the existing driveway is expected to have greater usage after development. Without such waiver, it may be necessary to reduce or eliminate the on-street parking currently in such location. Whereas the Deputy Chief in charge of parking services provided via email dated 11/21/25 that they would coordinate with the applicant and DPW to maintain as much on-street parking in the area as possible, while understanding the sight lines from the new proposed driveway curb cut would need to comply with DPW standards. Whereas the PZBA has granted variances for certain nonconformities of size, scale, and location, represented by the new proposed structures. The Commission must nevertheless examine the application for compliance with the special permit standards established by BZR Section 617D to ensure that the permitted use meets the further requirements of consistency with adjacent uses and uniformity with the characteristics of the GB zone in which it is proposed to be located. Whereas the special permit standards in BZR Section 617D, 3, 7, and 10 require the Commission to consider in each case whether the proposed use will, subsection 3, not materially adversely affect adjacent structures, neighborhoods, or developed areas located within the closest proximity to the use. Subsection 7, not materially adversely affect safety in the streets, nor increase traffic congestion in the area so as to be inconsistent with an acceptable level of service, nor interfere with the pattern of highway circulation. And subpart 10, not materially adversely affect residential uses, nor be detrimental to a neighborhood or its residents, nor alter a neighborhood's essential characteristics. Whereas to analyze these provisions, the commission must first define the area it considers the neighborhood and examine the essential characteristics of that neighborhood. Whereas the balance of Steamboat Road that is not GB or WB zoned is RMF and R6, extending into abutting areas to the east and the west, which are R6 and R20. And the buildings immediately to the east and south of the parcels in this application are already developed for residential uses. The commission finds both the immediate properties and the wider area to be primarily residential. Whereas traditional zoning sets distinguishing features for residential as against non-residential uses, in order to ensure uniformity of the regulations applicable in each such district, the commission finds that construction of a large office building in a residential neighborhood interrupts and displaces the continuity of housing-related uses and the patterns of occupancy that characterize residential neighborhoods. Offices are largely vacant not only in the evenings, but also weekends, eliminating the typical pattern of residential areas that are quietest during the day and most active outside of work hours. The presence of nearby residents also contribute to the security of property and persons, whereas vacant properties do not. Whereas office use also generates higher volumes of traffic at the busiest times of the workday, when neighborhoods seek safe and uncongested access for activities of daily life, including school travel, shopping, and work-relating activities. Whereas the property value of dwelling units adjacent to business properties may be negatively affected by the arrival and departure of employees and customers, and the greater volume and frequency of deliveries, refuse collection, and potential noise pollution from a commercial structure, not otherwise experienced in a neighborhood consisting exclusively of dwelling units. Whereas BZR Section 617D8 further provides that the Commission shall consider whether the proposed use is, and here I quote, in scale, compatible to, and contextually consistent with surrounding uses, buildings, streets, and open spaces. The Commission reiterates its definition of the location as one of essentially residential characteristics, based on both the presence of residential zoning districts and recent patterns of construction in and along Steamboat Road. Whereas the applicant has referred to other large office complexes along Steamboat Road as reflecting a scale consistent with its proposed project, the Commission notes that such large-scale office construction occurred before the creation of the GB zone and before a sweeping regulatory change to prevent any further commercial development of such scale. Whereas before 1967, there were only 2 non-residential buildings along the west side of Steamboat Road. But between 1967 and 1972, 5 large office buildings were constructed on both sides of Steamboat Road, with a total square footage of 432,261 square feet. Whereas at a public hearing on September 8, 1976, the Commission considered and unanimously passed a significant change to the Town of Greenwich land use regulations. Citing its extensive review of each business property in town, the Commission adopted a new and detailed system of business zones that defined and constrained the permitted activities for each such zone. Whereas the 1976 Commission provided its rationale for its major amendment of the business zone regulatory structure, public facilities and services could not keep pace with the scale of development permitted under existing business zoning regulations. And here I quote the minutes. 2,500,000 square feet of executive office have been constructed over the last 8 years, in this case, 1968 through 1976. Another 1 million square feet are planned for the immediate future. Whereas data supporting the 1976 text amendment described stresses resulting from intense commercial development. Non-resident commuters into town, then 24,000, exceeded the full-time population of Greenwich, overburdening the road network, increasing traffic and air pollution, exacerbating problems with stormwater drainage, capacity issues with both sewage treatment and trunk lines, and the possibility of inadequate water supply. Whereas the restrictions on commercial development adopted in 1976 were designed to redirect the comprehensive plan of development such that, and here I quote the plan, a primary objective should be to maintain the town's predominantly residential character, with business to be located and developed to be in harmony with that residential character. Whereas the GB zone was created with the most stringent limit on gross floor area for offices, 10,000 square feet, where other office use groups adopted at the same time, 1976, permitted up to 20,000 square feet. Whereas in 1986, the Commission adopted BZR Section 6102 to reinforce the intent to control business development to be in harmony with Greenwich's predominantly residential characteristics, and to prevent business land uses from encroaching upon or otherwise disturbing areas planned for residential use. I'm going to just take a sip of water since I'm not used to reading 5 pages at a time. Bear with me, please. Whereas current census data indicate that the central Greenwich zip code of 06830, where this project is located, 7,472 residents commute out of Greenwich, but 19,357 non-residents commute into Greenwich, representing approximately 91% of the persons employed in that zip code. A pattern consistent with the rationale for adoption of the business development constraints in the 1976 business zone regulations. Whereas the Commission finds that an office building that is nearly 4 times the size of that otherwise allowed in the GB zone is arguably not compatible nor contextually consistent with the development of residential uses along Steamboat Road and immediately adjacent areas since the restrictions imposed by the 1976 regulatory scheme. Whereas Section 617D5 and 11 of the special permit standards state, 5, preserve and enhance important open space and other features of the natural environment and protect against deterioration of the quality of the environment and support environmental sustainability. And 11, preserve, where possible, existing housing stock, maintain and contribute to a diversity of housing opportunities within the town. Whereas, as previously noted, since the regulatory changes in 1976, the comprehensive plan of the town has deprioritized large-scale office development and encouraged residential uses whenever possible to create a greater number of housing opportunities for those employed or potentially employed in the town of Greenwich. Whereas the commission recognizes this proposal is in a business zone, but that nevertheless, the site does presently contain 2 housing units that will be demolished and not replaced. Whereas the commission notes that this site is within 0.5 miles of the Greenwich train station, and that an alternate development opportunity would be transit-oriented housing. Whereas creating diverse housing opportunities serves to reduce work-related vehicle miles traveled, which would lessen townwide traffic congestion and promote environmental sustainability and improved air quality control. Therefore, be it hereby resolved that the subject application be approved with the following modifications. The applicant will only use ultra-low sulfur diesel as fuel for its emergency generator to be located at the new commercial building. 2, engineering, DPW, and all outstanding staff comments are to be addressed.
Do I have a second?
I have a question. Is this resolution in favor or against the project? I mean, I'm confused given the, discussion.
It's a motion to approve, Mr. Wells.
Okay, second.
Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Nay.
Madam Jones,
Nay.
Madam Jenkins.
Nay.
Albin is also a no, and with that, the motion fails 1-4. Let's give a motion to deny. Madam Jenkins, would you amend your motion to deny?
Yes. The following is an amendment to my motion. The commission restates for purposes of this motion all of the information contained in the prior motion as to departmental comments and the basis for a vote with respect to the subject application. The commission gives significant weight to the tension between a substantial new office structure at a time when residential development opportunities are limited by, among other things, land and construction availability and cost, especially considering the commission's expressed priority through many decades to support and encourage residential uses and neighborhoods.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Jones has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
This is voting to deny, right?
Yeah.
So I vote nay, and I'd like to make a statement at some point.
Sure, you can do it now.
Reason for the nay is as Commissioner Alternate Jenkins has noted, we are in the general business zone, and we're not encroaching into or expanding into a residential neighborhood. This neighborhood is mixed. Number 2, the minutes cited were from 50 years ago when we did have a problem with large office buildings being built. But we are solving for a problem that doesn't exist now. There's not demand for large office buildings in the town. This is a satellite office or adjacent office of the Berkeley's main office. Number 3, Berkeley's indicated they're not going to do their renovation of their existing building unless this is approved. So we're going to continue to have large HVAC systems on the roof that the neighbors have complained about. Number 4 or 5, we only received one public comment in the most recent back and forth on this application, and that was from Harold Stillman, who strongly supported it. So if there were objections from the neighborhood recently, we haven't heard it. This development is infill development. It's going to be fixing up what we call a drab lot. It's an all-electric building, will reduce pollution and increase green space. And in my opinion, it's in general compliance with Section 6102, Statement of Purpose, all business zones. I agree with the comment, Greenwich is predominantly residential. All you have to do is look at the zoning map and see the vast majority of Greenwich is zone residential. Almost all land north of Putnam Avenue is zone residential. I also agree the minutes from 50 years ago established that a primary objective should be to maintain the town's residential character. Business or industry in the town should be so located and developed in such standards that that will be in harmony with the predominantly residential character. Well, we're already in a business zone, and as we've shown before, Greenwich is predominantly residential, so this doesn't conflict with that. Number 7 or 8, Steamboat Road has always been commercial. Why is it called Steamboat Road? The steamboats have been coming in, or started coming in 150 years ago, bringing supplies, bringing passengers. There were probably warehouses along Steamboat Road. And all you have to do is look at it and see large commercial buildings, multifamily, a hotel. We even have a museum there. And lastly, POCD Objective 5 says maintain economic vitality in vibrant commercial areas. This project would do that. It's close to the railroad. A lot of people, at least the younger people, wouldn't be driving. Hopefully they'd be taking the train in. So I strongly object to denying this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Madam Jenkins, you have your hand up?
Yes, is it appropriate, Madam Chair, for me to
Yeah, sure.
respond, Mr.
Yeah, we can discuss.
Okay.
We've got a motion on the floor, and we can discuss it and amend it if we want.
Mr. Wells, I appreciate your expression of your opinion on this, and I respect it because your judgment is usually on point. In this case, I think it's something less than saying, the suggestion is not that this is somehow not a good use. The issue is that it is not under the special permit standards considered to be without issues with respect to the surrounding residential areas. And also the POCD, while number 5 is commercial, number 1 and 2 very much respond to the need for housing and the maintenance of the residential character. Again, the buildings that exist on Steamboat Road were not there until 1967 to 1976. And the commission, at the point that there had been only, as my understanding, that there had been only one business zone, and it was very, very open in terms of what the requirements were. And what happened was that Steamboat Road, which was not commercially developed, the hotel was there, and there was one office, I think it's now one of the smaller office buildings on the west side of Steamboat Road, existed prior to 1967. So historically, it was a residential neighborhood. And in fact, houses were taken down, and my understanding is there may have been one water-related business. So it's not that the development that occurred there was inherent to its location. It actually was a result of a very decisive change that the commission then responded to in 1976. And I think I pointed out, and I'd be glad to repeat it, although I'm sure people are tired of hearing my voice, that to the extent that the issues were raised in 1976, they continue to exist now. We continue to have more people traveling into Greenwich than leaving Greenwich for work. And one of the reasons that happens is because of lack of housing. So again, my concern, special permit, as I understand it, it's not a question of the site plan requirements let's face it, there are 5 vacant buildings on that property right now, so anything is going to be an improvement. And I'm sure the neighbors see it that way as well. Just get rid of what's there. But the issue is, what is the effect on the overall neighborhood of this particular proposal to fill it with an oversized office building at a time when there are vacant offices all over town and housing is scarce? With all due respect, Mr. Wells. Thank you.
And now Mr. Lowe would like to continue the discussion of the motion that is on the floor.
Yes, in part in response to Mr. Wells, I believe that Berkeley has agreed to and may now be in the process of addressing the noise.
No, stop. I didn't want to, it is not appropriate for us to approve an application on the basis of somebody offering to fix a violation on another site. Okay, that should not be a part of our discussion.
Okay.
We can only address,
shift
I'm
gears
sorry.
then.
I'm sorry. I should have said something to Mr. Wells, but it was in the middle of his statement
Yeah.
and you were just starting. But in theory, and plus I'm not supposed to interrupt, remember, but you let me interrupt sometimes. So referencing of an existing violation somewhere else and how it's going to be fixed would not be appropriate to a vote on something. We can only consider
I
the matter
will-
before us.
I hear
But
you.
now proceed.
Yeah, and while it may be true that there may not be excessive demand for conversion for commercial development right now, there is a pronounced need for housing right now, and it's hard to ignore that, or it's hard for me to ignore it. And as was stated by Commissioner Jenkins, I do not feel that this application is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan of development. And I also support what is contained in 617, specifically 3, 7, 8, and 10. And I won't bother to read those again. But so that's all I wanted to say. And
Okay.
somebody else can speak.
Well, I think Mr. Wells is back. Thank you very much,
No, just
Mr.
briefly, I appreciate Madam Jenkins and Commissioner Lowe's comments. Still not persuaded. I think this application is in general compliance with the special permit standards. And there's nothing to prevent us from approving residential development. I mean, it's almost like it's an either or thing. So if we approve this, that means it's being promulgated that if we approve this, we're somehow against residential development, which, you know, couldn't be farther from the truth. This land is owned by a corporate entity that would like to expand. Hopefully some of the employees live in town, which would be nice. I'm sure they've supported, you know, Berkeley supported many charities here, but I think it sends a very poor signal in terms of our support for economic vitality in the town. And I'm also concerned we're going to be tied up in court for a long time on this one. And that's it. I've said what I've said. I appreciate everyone's comments and everyone's views. I respect the entire commission. I just respectfully can't go along with this one. Thank you.
Okay. Well, as you know, as people seek a location for the skating rink, pieces of property for good redevelopment. And by the way, now a swimming pool for the high school. I mean, there is a limited amount of real estate that comes available. You know, so there is the question of what is highest and best use. And we have differing opinions on this matter. It seems we have a dissenting opinion clearly on this matter tonight, but it is really the question of seeking highest and best use and what that would be the comprehensive plan as we have been doing it since 76. Does that work? Okay, so Mr. Wells has voted nay. Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
And
This is aye for the denial.
denial. And Madam Jenkins
Aye.
and Ms. Jones
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. Therefore, the denial is moved forward with a vote of 4-1, Wells being the dissenting vote. And no abstentions. And now we move on to come back, Mr. McRae, to come back to Eagle View Holding LLC. And this is for a final site plan and special permit and for an 830G application, which would give us 170 assisted housing units, where 30% of the units would be, well, you're going to say that next, so I'll be quiet. I'm sorry, Ms. Jenkins.
I'm
You can
recused.
listen in, you're recused, but you can listen in. So while we're doing that, seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Lowe, Yeski, and Wells.
Okay, here we go. 1165 King Street, PLPZ 2025-240 for final site plan special permit. Applicant is seeking approval to demolish an existing 217-bed skilled nursing facility and construct a 4-story, 170-unit apartment building with parking for 294 vehicles on a 15.89 acre property located in the RA4 zone. Whereas the project is proposed as an assisted housing development where 30% of the proposed units equals to about 51 units would be designated affordable per Connecticut General Statutes, Chapter 126A, Section 830G2. Planning and Zoning Commission received a memo dated 11/7/25 from the Westchester County Director of Operations indicating ongoing discussions with the County Executive and Commissioner of Environmental Facilities on the feasibility and appropriateness of sewer agreement extension. The memo states the Commissioner is currently conducting a study to determine the capacity of existing facilities and what improvements to the county wastewater facilities may be required. Once that capacity analysis is complete, Westchester will be available to discuss the potential options for the Greenwich Woods revised development plans. The P&Z Commission received a memo dated at 6/27/25 from the Law Office of Keenan Bean, representing the Village of Rybrook, indicating outstanding concerns with the existing sanitary sewer infrastructure servicing the site. In the absence of formal response from both Westchester County and the Connecticut State Department of Health regarding the availability of sewer capacity and the feasibility of an on-site wastewater treatment facility, the Commission sought an independent professional opinion. And on August 4th, 2025, the Commission engaged CDM Smith, town sewer consultant, to evaluate the information in the record and provide an assessment of the likelihood that the proposed development could operate within the sewer capacity allocated under the applicant's existing service agreement with Westchester County, and the feasibility of designing and permitting a fully functional on-site wastewater treatment facility as an alternative. CDM Smith concluded that based on the estimated wastewater generation figures provided by the applicant, the project could potentially remain within the capacity limits of the existing agreement. However, this conclusion was contingent upon confirmation from Westchester County that which had not yet been received. Regarding the feasibility of an on-site wastewater treatment facility, CDM Smith found that such a system was technically feasible, but emphasized that no guarantees could be made at this time, as the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection does not provide project-specific feedback prior to formal application. CDM Smith advised that extending the existing sewer service agreement was the preferred and most reliable path forward. If such an extension is not granted, the applicant would need to pursue the on-site alternatives. CDM Smith also noted that the applicant's proposed project timeline appeared overly optimistic and recommended that if the agreement is not extended at least 5 years prior to its expiration, the applicant should initiate the design and permitting process for an on-site system immediately. This would allow sufficient time to navigate the regulatory framework, conduct required site testing, and complete the necessary design and permitting steps. The Commission finds that the Aquarian Warning Company issued the result of a fire flow test dated 10/17/25. The Greenwich Affordable Housing Trust Fund issued a conditional commitment letter dated 5/28/25. Conservation issued comments dated 7/30/25 indicating recommendations to the application. Zoning issued comments dated 10/23/25 indicating that this is an 830G application. Compliance is the purview of the commission. DPW drainage issue comments dated 9/25/25 indicating approval for zoning building permit. DPW traffic issued comments dated 9/25/25 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning building permit. Wetlands issued a permit dated 7/24/23 under permit number 2023-055. DMAC issued a memo dated 7/7/25 indicating an unfavorable review. And the Greenwich Fire Department issued comments dated 8/27/25 indicating concerns to be addressed. Therefore, a motion to approve the plan noting the following. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant must provide the Planning and Zoning Commission a written extension agreement of the current sewer arrangement with the Westchester County Department of Environmental Facilities or its successor, or a new agreement that ensures the applicant or its successor of its right to continue to connect to the sanitary sewer pipelines for the property installed in King Street and Lincoln Avenue in the village of Rybrook to the sanitary sewer system maintained by the Westchester County beyond the current term expiration date of December 31st, 2064, which at a minimum must extend to cover the entire 40-year restriction period of this affordable housing development from the date of issuance of the certificate of occupancy as set forth in Connecticut General Statutes 830G. Pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 830G, it is the burden of the commission to demonstrate in the approval of an affordable housing application that the substantial public interest in health, safety, or other matters which the commission may legally consider and are protected, and that such interests do not outweigh the need for affordable housing. The commission finds that the current uncertainty surrounding the capacity of and long-term availability of sewer service, specifically the lack of a secured agreement ensuring service for the minimum 40-year term of the proposed affordable housing development, poses a significant risk to public health and safety. While the applicant has indicated that the existing agreement may be extended or that a new treatment facility may be constructed, neither outcome is guaranteed at this time. The speculative nature of these future arrangements does not provide the commission with sufficient assurance that essential public infrastructure will be available for the duration of the proposed development. The absence of a secured long-term sewer agreement introduces a substantial risk to the development could be left without adequate wastewater treatment capacity, thereby endangering the public health and environmental safety. To protect the substantial public interest in health and safety, the commission finds that a formal extension of the sewer service agreement must be secured prior to the issuance of zoning permits. Without such assurance, the commission cannot find that the proposed development meets the statutory threshold or approval under Connecticut General Statutes 830G. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant must provide the Planning and Zoning Commission written confirmation that issues raised by the village of Rybrook that has been satisfactorily addressed, and specifically the following concerns. Confirmation that the sanitary sewer system has the capacity for the proposed sewer flows. Confirmation that the existing sanitary sewer pipe in Lincoln Avenue and King Street is in good working order. Submittal of a video of the pipe infrastructure to the village of Rybrook for review. Any issues identifying the village should be issues identified by the village should be repaired by the applicant. Confirmation from the village of Rybrook and County of Westchester that all agreements necessary to allow 1165 King Street should to continue utilizing the village and county sanitary sewer systems for the proposed use are in full force and in effect. If the applicant or successor fails to provide such an extension or new sewer agreement with Westchester County, the applicant or successor shall develop plans and initiate the process to obtain all requisite permits and approvals to construct and install an on-site sewer treatment facility to handle the wastewater maximum average daily flows required. It is anticipated that this permit and approval process includes, but is not limited to, the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection or its successor, Connecticut Department of Public Health or its successor, the Greenwich Department of Health, Inland Wetlands Agency, and the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Greenwich Building Department. The on-site sewer treatment facility must be fully permitted and operational prior to the certificate of occupants being issued. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall satisfactorily address the Greenwich Fire Department comments, providing a note on the final plan that the proposed access road around the rear of the building must be maintained year-round to ensure a reliable fire department access. Center curb cuts must be mountable to prevent the passage of fire apparatus. Fire apparatus turning radius details must accommodate turning capabilities of all fire department vehicle types expected to respond to the site. The applicant must address and ensure compliance within building signal strength requirements for emergency responder communications, as the coverage may be insufficient during an incident. Prior to zoning permit application, the applicant shall demonstrate sufficient on-site water service to accommodate occupant water usage and code-compliant fire suppression systems. If wells, fire pumps, or water storage devices are required, the applicant shall return to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall submit a final affordability plan to be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission staff and Town of Greenwich Law Department. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall submit in writing the procedures and protocols for closure of the existing nursing home facility. Nursing home closure shall comply with all its applicable processes per the State Department of Social Services and Public Health, as well as the pertinent state statutes and federal laws. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second for the motion?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded the motion. Is there a discussion on this, Mr. Yeski?
Yes, I think I heard the right words on zoning permit. The fire department, Nick, did you say they come back if they cannot, if the fire department asks for additional fire protection, they have to come back to us? Is that what you?
Yes, what the language says that if for some reason they need to provide additional infrastructure, fire pumps, water storage devices, so on and so forth,
Right.
They should be coming back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for that. This would be under the premise that making sure that actually it doesn't violate a site plan, or even though it's required as life safety, that it's actually something that's not being constructed or built that would actually compromise a site plan.
And that would also include, well, in the site plan now, there is no booster pump, right?
I don't believe there is, no.
And there's no tanks.
I don't believe there is, no.
No, there's no cisterns.
And in addition, we hear things that other items that the fire department may want. So that would include all of that. Anything that the fire department is asked, they need to come back to us on, right?
I think actually the turning radiuses, the center curb cuts, those kind of things, the radio issues, that actually can be done during a zoning permit review. It's specific to the water storage devices, the fire pumps, those kind of things. That actually would be infrastructure added to the building or to the site.
And it would also include if they, for example, say we need to boost like alarms in the building or something like that. Would that include that also?
No, if it's interior alarm devices, no. I think it's more of a concern of actually additional floor area disturbance to the site.
Okay, I understand. I got it.
Noise. If the water pumps require a generator, how does that all work?
Thank you. I got it.
Mr. Wells?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just clarification, Nick. So prior to zoning permit, are we saying they either get an extension of the current sewer contract with Westchester or all approvals for a sewer treatment plant, or does the sewer treatment plant need to be in operation? Could you go into that?
Prior to zoning permit,
Yeah.
they need to either have the extension or the agreements with Westchester County in writing. Prior to zoning permit, they need to have resolved the outstanding sewer infrastructure issues with the village of Rybrook. And then prior to the certificate of occupancy, they need to actually have the water treatment plant up and running. The on-site sewer treatment facility must be fully permitted and operational prior to the certificate of occupancy being issued.
Now, what if they get the extension of the sewer contract? They don't need to do the sewer treatment plant, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's either or.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And if they don't get Westchester's approval, they can't proceed, correct?
If they don't get Westchester's approval, then they fall back to Plan B. Plan B is the on-site water sewer treatment plant.
So
But that will take Give me some more words on that. That sort of a thing takes a fair amount of time for the state to approve something, right? You're asking for state approval on a health basis?
That's correct.
And
And
they
yes,
don't
it may take time. Yes, that is correct. But it's
So-
that issue of you have a proposal for a multifamily project that needs to actually have some kind of a sewer treatment system to it,
Mhm.
either through a municipal system or a private on-site. You really, in so many words, you can't be living there unless that's been resolved. So prior to zoning permit, it's Westchester and Rybrook. Or prior to certificate of occupancy and people moving in, they have to have the treatment plan online.
So question for you guys. Twice in the record, 2 or 3 times actually in the record, we suggested to the applicant that they consider that if they were not able to get the full capacity from Westchester, if they would consider working within the footprint of the existing facility and try getting the capacity for that, getting that use approved, at least, try to get, so to convert to housing on the existing footprint as a phase 1 and make it phase 1 of an 830G. And that if they could have enough capacity, if they would have the sewer capacity, and then that gives them time to continue to work and negotiate with Westchester so they can go to phase 2 of an 830G. Is that worth saying that, if the applicant fails to obtain full capacity from Westchester, the applicant to consider, I'm kind of looking at Patrick to, the applicant, that we encourage the commission encourages the applicant to consider the conversion of nursing to residential, which as an 830G, which by the way is a summary review. They don't have to get a special permit. It's a very quick review, as you know, from the times we've done it. Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that is a right that's already available to them. So it's a
Do we encourage it though in our motion? So
Right.
I'm trying to help them and give them a path that if this doesn't work, once again, consider some alternatives, because we'd love to see you do the housing, or do we just leave it be? Patrick, I mean, legally we could do it, right?
I think in terms of the motion, that actually would have, in my mind, would have been a separate application type.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are well aware of it. I think we are aware of it, but the motion is
Okay, that's a valid argument.
It's based on what was presented to us.
Yeah, okay, that's a valid argument. But, we can entertain a modification to the existing application. And if they didn't get the approval, if you don't get the sewer approval, might we encourage them to modify the existing application to be a straight out nursing home conversion? What do you guys think? Is the answer no, we don't want to do that? Patrick,
I would
put your
just
hand up.
Yeah, I would just add that the conversion would be a market rate. It wouldn't be, if it was affordable, we would have to condition that in this realm. So it's a little bit of a
Tricky because, they can convert to market rate. They don't need the FAR, and then they don't need any variances, and then they would just come in for a phase 2, which is the 830G piece.
Yeah, and again, if they're I understand what you're trying to say is that there's an interim phase.
I don't know. Any interest in giving them the opportunity that the commission would encourage? If they are unable, the commission encourages any modification that would allow housing to advance. I mean, if y'all don't want to support that, that's fine. I was just, I know I've been the only one saying it.
Fine with me. I mean, there's no harm to it.
I don't, I'm not sure I see a downside to it,
Okay,
so that if,
that's what Wells just said.
pardon?
That's what Wells just said too.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you're in favor of it, and anybody's in favor of it, why not
Okay.
include it?
Okay. Dennis, you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right.
I can't see any, unless they try to maneuver that and build a larger building while they're working on that kind of thing. I don't know how they
They
would do that.
they can't build a larger building. They have to stay in the initial, in that shell size to get the as of right conversion, but it's a lot smaller. It's not 170 units, and Westchester might agree to that, and then they can keep working on it. And yes, they would get market. And in all honesty, the applicant wasn't interested, but I think our message is, look, we encourage you to try to find a path to add housing diversity.
Got it. I agree.
All right, so somehow that's an amendment to the motion. The commission, if the applicant fails to obtain agreement from Westchester for the forecast sewer capacity needs, the commission encourages the applicant to explore other alternatives which would provide housing options to the town, specifically a conversion of the nursing home to residential conversion, which would be market, and we're looking to do a below market, but we're also looking to do housing options. Very telling that HB 802 did pass on the day we closed all these applications, so it's been in the back of my mind that we're supposed to be looking now for transit-oriented development and designating zones where we want density. Okay, let's go back to, we have a motion on the floor, which Lowe seconded, correct?
Correct.
And the motion has now been amended. And Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Wells is aye. Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Nay.
Okay. I always mean to call on you when we get to these because I know you do this fantastic job. And Alban is also an aye. And Mr. McRae, as we gave Mr. Lowe the opportunity, Mr. Wells the opportunity, would you like to put on the record and also to share with us why your vote is a nay?
I'm uncomfortable with looking and approving an application today with two very detailed and specific outstanding issues concerning proper sewage disposal.
Okay.
And the lack of a better way to say this, the promise of construction of a sewer treatment plant in some time. I'm acting today on something, but being promised to be done something in years from now.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't know and cannot read the mind of the administration of Westchester County or Rye Brook to find out what they specifically think or want or need in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying in so many words, it's okay today, and it may not be the first thing tomorrow morning. I have no idea. So I would say no on this.
Okay. I have to tell you that, and I can't remember which one of you made this comment, but the fact that we've spent 3 years on this, and then the very first time we heard this, the applicant told me that they had discussed this with Westchester County and had agreement, and that has not materialized. It's been very disappointing because we're really, we're trying to make this effort to advance housing diversity and opportunities. So, okay, so we have a vote of 4-1, and the nay is Mr. McRae. And that has therefore passed. And now you'll be glad to know we're going to start doing live stuff. And we go to item number 3, which is Mead Point LLC for a final coastal site plan for proposed modifications to a previously approved final site plan and special permit, including relocation of the visitor and staff parking area, the addition of a child play area, some reorganization of the site, and landscaping and lighting changes on an 8.0593 acre property at 618 Indian Field Road, which is in the RA2 and coastal overlay zones. And hello, Ms. Feinberg. how would you, I know you were at the briefing yesterday, and in case people didn't see it, Ms. Feinberg sent us an email, last night, this morning, um, agreeing to the commission's discussion that a third-party monitor
Good.
check compliance as they were check how it progresses, the compliance issues move forward. I had thought, Ms. Feinberg, that as you may have guessed, I was trying to work through all the conditions that we would have if we were to vote you to move forward tonight, since it's a must decide, that it might make sense to run some of those conditions by you. But I thought maybe, do you want to open with your presentation on what you're moving forward, and then I'll come in with the conditions? Does that work for you?
Sure, that would be great.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. May I go ahead and share, Madam Chair?
That's the Patrick LaRoe guy. I'm only a little humble co-host.
Mr. LaRoe, may I share?
Should be all set now.
All
Okay.
set.
Okay, so good evening. For the record, my name is Lisa Feinberg. I'm a partner with Carmody Torrent, Sandak, and Hennessy. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant and owner of 618 Indian Field Road, Mead Point LLC, which is represented by Dave Kniesel. Also here on behalf of the applicant is my colleague Dan Chappell, Matthew Popp from Environmental Land Solutions, Joe Mulligan from Mark Finley Architects, and Rachel Orsi, Pat Sesto, and Eric Avila from SE Minor. So what you see here on the screen is an image of 618 Indian Field Road. As you know, we appeared before you in early September, I believe it was September 3rd, requesting your approval to make some modifications to the previously approved coastal site plan for the property. However, we did not make a formal presentation that afternoon. Instead, we took the time to really listen to all of your concerns and feedback about the site and the unauthorized work that had taken place. We then invited you all to come out and see the site for yourself. That site walk took place on September 12th. And again, as you know, we couldn't participate in any discussion at that meeting. We just listened. Since that time, we've been working diligently to respond to the questions raised by the commission, your staff, and conservation staff. We've had numerous meetings with staff and added new experts to our team in an effort to really right this ship. We did not want to come back before you until we had a plan that could be supported and answers to your questions. I know after listening yesterday that there continues to be some considerable frustration with how this project progressed. But as I noted last time, I can't undo what was already done. I'm here in an effort to really make things better. So in the briefing yesterday, you did point out a few things that you wanted us to respond to. So I thought I'd start with those. Madam Chair, you beat me to the first one, which was that we are happy to accept a third party. As staff mentioned, we already submit reports weekly from SE Minor, and I fully expected that if you deem fit to approve this proposal tonight, that Matt Popp would also monitor the installation of his planting plan. However, if the commission would like an additional party involved, the applicant will pay for that. We understand there are some trust issues here, and we want to ensure that you all feel our team will be held accountable. Another question that came up related to the archaeologically sensitive portion of the site. So this exhibit overlays the prior dig areas on top of the currently proposed site plan. So you see those in purple. The only change from the original site plan as it relates to this area is the generator location, which you can see kind of right here. It was moved northeast. It was previously over here so it was moved out of the flood zone. Notably, the project archaeologist, Ernest Wiegand, specifically stated that disturbing the areas that were previously disturbed was preferable. So that location would have been preferable to Mr. Wiegand. There are no other improvements proposed in this area other than the trees that Ms. Evans requested and Matt will present to you shortly. The applicant also submitted a letter for Mr. Wiegand confirming that trees were properly removed in this area as required by the 2022 approval. And it's my understanding from our team that there was no additional tree removal in this area. This is also, admittedly, there was a time when the area was not properly cordoned off. That was part of the stop work order back in April. However, the applicant remedied the issue, and you can see that here. This is the way that the site continues to look today. You also asked us for a site development comparison, or that's what I'm calling it, highlighting the changes to areas of disturbance, coverage, and green area, which is depicted in this chart. So on the far left, in the column on the far left, that is what was previously approved. The middle column shows what is currently proposed, and then the right column, the second to the last, shows what is permitted in the RA2 zone. So as you can see, there were some modest changes, but everything remains in compliance with these standards. There was also a specific question about green area, and forgive me if I get this wrong, we can circle back to it, but I believe the question related to the change in the green area between what was originally submitted by us this summer and where we are today. There was a modest change.
No. It was back to the original 2022 and trying to tie back to what's been to what has changed. I couldn't get from 82 to 80. There is not the underlying numbers. We didn't have the underlying numbers of what happened. And at the site walk, the extension of impervious that we saw, and also don't forget that any time that you're doing semi-pervious, that still counts as part of, does not get counted as green area. It goes into the other one, whatever you want to call it. So it wasn't clear when I tried to do the math that you had really gone to 80%. It seemed like it could be lower. And just because we didn't have data, just the site walk, and then trying to go through the different site plans. I went through the site plan from the original approval versus what we have now and tried to, I'm not an architect like Nick is, and it just couldn't quite get to that. So that's why one of the questions was, could you give us the calculations for what's in the original, what's in the proposed, where it changed, bearing in mind that anytime you're doing semi-pervious, it doesn't count towards green area, and just give us that. I was also saying that in my mind, the 82%, I get that 78% complies, but over and over again, the testimony, the staff and departmental comments in 2022 are about the environmental sensitivity of the site. So you came in with 82%, and that was a number that led to the granting of the special permit and the approval of the site plan, and therefore the granting of the special permit because of the ecological sensitivity of the site. So that 82% was a number that we were comfortable with. And even though, you're saying it's minimal, I'm not even sure how you get to the 80. And then I'm not sure, I'd like to have been closer myself. I'd like to have been closer to the 82, go back to the original 82 and find a way to get there. And I think you've heard suggestions from us. We'll talk about it later on how you could do that more easily. And hopefully Nick will jump in because he's great at site plans. So go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to ask my team to start thinking about putting together some of that information for you while I'm talking, and we'll try to give you what we can.
And, this was, I was going to talk to you about conditions that the motion, a motion could have, and that this would be one of them, that you explore getting back to your original green area somehow. And it might mean in areas that aren't yet done, recover. You know, you've got to address the deep issues. And I don't know whether you did impervious when you did the deep, and whether you're counting the deep, the riprap, as part of that change. So there are going to be ways that you address. Yeah, I'm not seeing the rip. I don't know. You know, I don't know if the riprap has. It can be done different ways. So I don't know how you did it, how it was done on the site. So that's a question we're asking. You know, what has happened to coverage? And you are going to have to remove some of what you've done because of your current violation with deep and with the CAM statutes, with the CAM regulations, the coastal area regulations. So you are going to have to reverse based on what I'm reading from what you got from people like John Goucher. You are going to have to reverse some of what you've done. Because I don't think they're going to sign off otherwise. Maybe you guys have a different read, but that was my take. They didn't seem happy.
We have had several conversations with them
Okay.
since John issued that, and Pat Sesto can speak to that. If we can just get through this, and then we can circle back to
Okay, just go right ahead.
Okay, great. Okay. So from a landscaping perspective, this is the 2022 plan, which really focused on the removal of invasive species, the maintenance of healthy overstory outside of the building envelope, and then the infill of diverse understory, which was not present on the site at the time. They also submitted a close-up version of that plan in 2022, which was this one. So these are the plans that were approved by this commission. As you can see, there was a plant list associated with the plan, but individual plantings generally were not called out. A building permit related to the proposal was obtained in May of 23, and construction has been progressing since that time. However, as you know, the site fell out of compliance with the approved plans when decisions were made in the field without authorization. And in April of this year, a stop work order was issued. Since then, our team has worked with your staff as well as staff from conservation to move back into compliance. Matt Pop joined the team. He was hired to design and oversee an immediate restoration plan, and a $250,000 cash surety was provided to the town. The restoration plan was implemented, and the town continues to hold approximately $128,000, I believe, which will not be released until certificate of occupancy. So as construction evolved, certain changes have become necessary or otherwise desirable. And the primary modifications proposed in the current plan relate to the relocation of the visitor parking area, the addition of a child play area for the owner's grandchildren, and adjustments to the landscaping plans and related grading.
Yeah, and just to comment on the planting plan, if you go back and you look at, I'm sure you have a copy of it, the November 21 comments from the Environmental Affairs Director, the tree inventory assessment shows that the original approval in 22 preserved about 76% of the trees on site. And under the current condition, she's saying it's 54%. She's more focused from what staff has told me today when I was asking Bianca. She's more focused on this percent of tree loss versus the original plan, because again, of the ecological sensitivity of this site. So just throwing that out there, that it isn't so much the individual plantings as it is the removal, the decrease in the percent. Sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to keep throwing in the stuff that we're going to be wanting to condition.
Understood. So in terms of the visitor parking area, as originally approved, this area was further away from the home and proximate to the water. You can see it over here on the left side of the page. As currently contemplated, the parking area would be modestly larger, but much further from the water. This will require the removal of 6 trees, and the applicant will replace them on site at a ratio that you and your staff believe is appropriate. We have made a proposal. If you and staff think that it needs to be enhanced, then certainly we welcome that feedback. In addition to improving water quality, we think the additional buffer will really allow for better slope stabilization and erosion control. And we believe the proposed condition is much better from an environmental perspective than what was originally approved.
Before you move on from this slide, I believe it was Mr. McRae raised yesterday. Feel free to jump in, Mr.
Mhm.
McRae. Asked yesterday about the staff parking, given the amount of parking spaces available below grade at the house. And was this staff parking was never really at the time was, we just accepted it. But now that we're looking at a reduction in green area and the tree loss
And
uh,
grading.
and grading, well, Nick, what did you say yesterday?
My concern was where we went from a small area of parking almost to be a pull off for the narrow driveway to a driveway and a formal parking area adjacent to the building that now has to be regraded, re-landscaped, more impervious surface, that kind of thing. Juxtaposed to actually a multi-car garage under the site itself. And my concern was what instigated this new parking area? Is it for employees of the building or guests coming to the building? And is it anticipated to be used every single day, all day, or what is what is the premise of this area?
Sure. So, I mean, the use of the space, it's multi-purposeful, I suppose. It's for folks who will work in the home. It's for guests who come to the home. It's for deliveries. It really serves all of those purposes. And, while the home is large and the garage is large, it's really no different than, any other house where if you had people visiting your home, they wouldn't necessarily be invited to park within your garage. Typically, they either park on the street or they would park in your driveway. And in this situation, there really isn't a way to pass anyone if there was a delivery truck or something along the driveway and the street. There's prohibitions, first of all, within the neighborhood for parking on the street, but it's also you all were there. It's a nice walk from the entrance all the way to the home.
Right. And
So
I think, but as I see this, yes, I understand delivery vehicles. I can see that. But at least at my home, my guests come to my home and they park, near my front door. And you've got a quite large parking court at the front door. It seems that, the guests should come to the front door. Why would they want to park in an employee lot, if you would? And to me, actually, family and friends, park in the basement. I've got a parking garage under my house. Use it. Get your car out of the snow and ice and the rain and all that. So it's a concern of mine because this is one of those things that actually is a significant change from the approval in all aspects. Impervious grading, a landscape. Just going on and on and on. And it's one of those things that those things from A to B. I don't see how this doesn't affect the site because in my mind it really really does. Specifically, that the first time it was just almost a glorified pull off. Now it's a real honest to God parking area with cars moving in and out. It's associated drainage. Hopefully, water quality is attended to. Very close to the water. The other one was kind of a pull-off that may have been used once or twice, maybe a week. And now we have a more permanent thing that's actually just as close to, in my mind, to the water. So if you can go back, go back one slide, please? So I think actually, this is I think actually the grading of the site and kind of moving things around, making things slightly bigger, that kind of stuff. I believe actually the back patio, you had the back patio, a flat lawn, but it wasn't intended to be significantly regraded. But now with the new work as proposed, or actually I think it's constructed, there is significant grading in the back off the patio. Is that correct?
There is a change of grade in the back now. That's my next, I think my next slide.
Okay, let's get into that then, because I think that's actually what I'm seeing here is yes, beyond the scope of approval, really affected a lot of the site. I think from my recollection, a lot of this site we had kind of intended and what was proposed was to kind of stay intact because of its wooded nature, and you know its pristine kind of ecological statement. You know, it has been like this since you know ancient times, and we're not going to change it too much. At least that was what was talked about. So proceed with the grading information. Thank you.
Sure. Just quickly before we leave the staff parking area, in terms of numbers, I know it seems much smaller because it is a large site, but the original staff parking area was almost 2,300 square feet, so it wasn't super tiny. The new one is absolutely larger, and I will let Matt Pop, when he speaks, sort of address the impacts on the coastal resources, but this really has given us the opportunity to do some significant plantings in that area and restabilize that slope.
Well, yeah, okay, but the fact that you're doing planting in the area involves the removal of existing of trees now, and then you're putting in new ones. And I dug back into the 2022 conservation comments, and there they talk about the value of what the environmental affairs director calls the common forest that is on site. So there's a trade-off there. And so I think what Nick was suggesting at the briefing yesterday, and we're asking now, is given the availability of the under the building parking, and by the way, the only person I know who has it allows guests to park under his house. So okay, I mean that seems like feasible. And what's the current square footage of the expanded parking now? The staff
It's
parking?
about 4,300 square feet.
Oh, so you're almost doubling it. And then
Plus a longer driveway to get to it.
Yeah, I mean, so that increase in impervious, and then I didn't know, and this is the thing, when I did the math, I couldn't tell from the data we had in the plans whether that was going into the reduction in green area or not. And I'm not asking you to tell us now, so please tell your staff to stop calculating. We're going to ask you, since this is a must decide, whichever way we would go, we would be asking for that as a condition. Madam Jenkins, you have your hand up.
Yes, I was just going to say I have the same concerns that Nick has expressed about the parking with the play area, because during the site visit, there are 5 mature trees that are going to be removed. And also it's quite a drop at that point, so I assume you're going to have regrading as well. And again, my hesitancy is, given the degree of disturbance already, to the extent that that's an area that hasn't been disturbed yet, but now you're going to remove trees. I appreciate the fact that they're being replaced, but there's a certain value to allowing 5 mature trees to stay where they are as against replacing them with 10 smaller trees. So I express, with respect to the play area, the same concerns Nick has about the parking.
So what you would be looking for, Ms. Jenkins, is to relocate the play area closer to the building, or to reduce the size?
It seems to me that there have to be other level areas that don't need to be manipulated that much in order to have children
As I
playing.
remember, when we did the sidewalk, they'd already started building it, hadn't they?
I think actually at that point was they hadn't touched it yet because the 5 trees were still there. But
Okay.
there's quite a
Right.
drop off from, at that point we were walking
Yeah.
along the edge of the patio, and it was, again, the degree of disturbance to bring that up to presumably a level where the children could be seen, and then to remove the trees seemed to be an awful lot for something that could be presumably placed, anywhere in the vicinity of the house.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead. Oh, you went to the child play area. So you went to the next thing. We're just looking at the impervious you're adding and looking for, you can treat it. You can do water quality, you can plant new trees, but then you look at what conservation is saying and what they said 3 years ago. And the better option would be to try not to be breaking up the green area and to be, Nick, go ahead.
Yes, with the slide here, could we zoom in? I'd like to see the real difference between the approved play area or the approved area for the play area and the new.
Is that close enough?
A little bit more, please.
Oops.
So the on the right-hand side, that square, that's the mechanic systems.
This is the generators.
Okay, and then the blue are trees.
Those are the proposed removals.
Okay, and then where is the play equipment on that drawing?
It's not shown on the drawing, but it would go in this area.
Okay, and before it was actually there was no real
There's
true
nothing
removal.
No, it was just looked like this.
Okay, can you slide the slide down a little bit? I want to look something else. Does the design team, what's the surface area of the pool, the new pool, compared to the old pool? Is that something that's
Joe Mulligan available? I think it's generally the same. But
a pool patio, pool house cabana, that kind of thing?
Yeah,
It all looks like the pool house may be smaller, but the patios, the pool itself, everything seems to be a little bit bigger. But we can get to that later on if you want to continue. Thank
Well,
you.
okay, I know we're dragging you all over the place, but so the other thing is on the staff parking, didn't you have staff parking originally in the underground garage? I thought it was there in 22 underground.
I don't know if there was additional staff parking underground, but I do know that there was a staff parking
Okay.
lot that was approved.
Okay. So that's another question. I better write these down before I start forgetting. Okay.
I do have the approved plans pulled up, and there is a
Oh,
staff parking area and a family parking area.
and how many spaces can you tell? I mean, obviously it's not striped, right? But how many spaces?
8 staff
There's 8 staff underground
and 7 for the family parking.
and 7 families. So you have 15 spaces underground. And then you're adding, Nick, what would 4,300 square feet? Because it doesn't say how many spaces the new staff area does.
Mhm.
4,300 square feet, or Bianca, whoever's faster, if you were to dimension them by town standards about how many spaces, well, Matt knows that. Matt, how many spaces is that?
Again,
So
Matt
it's
Popway.
say if we do 10 by 18, does that work for you guys? So it's
10 by
180
18.
square feet for every parking space. Nick, is that about right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
So outside is going to have another 24 spaces. So you're going to have 39 on-site spaces now. Okay. I mean, and that's okay. So just making the point. All right, go ahead, you guys. We'll try not to interrupt too many times, but I think, we'll go by pieces. Matt, Mr. Pop, go ahead.
I just want to make a point that Nick McRae was talking about. I think the scales on the 2 drawings are slightly different.
Yeah,
The drawing on
we
the
saw
right
that.
is a little bit larger,
Yeah.
so it looks bigger because of that.
We got that, but you know what? I kind of remember looking at the visuals that when we did the site walk, and they had these easels up for us, and I remember thinking that the pool looked like it had grown when we walked around. So I was curious about that. I thought that was a great question Nick asked, because the scaling may be bigger, but the shape of the pool is different, and it's hard to tell. It looked bigger. So it's just a question we have.
It's the details that is in the numbers. What is
Yeah.
the actual physical surface area of the pool, the patio, so on and so forth? Apples to apples comparison.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's see if we can let you advance some.
Just to clarify one point before we move forward, on the staff parking area, there has to be space also to pull in. So it's not, the whole area is not just parking spaces. I believe that it's meant to accommodate 9 spaces.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's just a lot of, it's 4,300 square feet is a big area just so somebody can pull in. I mean, it's a lot of parking. Okay, let's go on.
Okay, so on the child play area, just to also clarify this, the change in grade will be about 2 feet. It's not a substantial change. I know when you're on the site, sometimes it's hard to necessarily realize exactly where the plan improvements are taking place. But in this area, it's not a dramatic grade change. But there is, the loss of trees that we have highlighted.
Okay, now Ms. Jenkins has a question for you again.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty visualizing 2 feet because in fact, when we did the site walk, we weren't looking at the tree, we weren't looking at the trunk of the trees, we were looking at the top of the trees, which suggests to me there was significant growth below where we were walking. So I'm just saying the visual doesn't match the 2 feet. I'm not suggesting you're not telling me the truth. I'm just suggesting visually it seemed like there would have to be a fair amount of fill in that area once the trees were gone. But again, that's visual, not factual. So
Okay,
Okay.
try again.
Okay, the lawn.
terrace.
So the lawn area behind the house to the south has also changed. As I noted, the owner has 5 grandchildren who will live in the home. So it is important to him that they have a space to run and play. As you all know, much of the site has mature trees around the perimeter. I know some of them were lost, but many of them still remain. As proposed, the terrace gets about just over 1,400 square feet smaller, and the lawn gets about 2,900 square feet bigger and flatter and more usable for small children. Given the size of this site, we think this change is appropriate. You can see here, particularly when compared to the neighboring properties where you see large swaths of lawn along the water, and this site continues to be completely surrounded by trees, whereas the neighbors have very, very large lawns that meet the water.
Yeah, but just to clarify, ma'am, we changed the landscape regulations not too long ago. Patrick will remember the year 22, Patrick?
Correct.
And no, I'm sorry, the coastal buffer we changed before that. We started requiring a coastal buffer planting in it was 2020 maybe?
Yeah, it might have been before that, the year before that.
But yeah, so 2019, 2020. So when you see these houses that have lawns straight to the water, we haven't had a crack at them yet since the regulations changed, but this was encouraged by our planning region. They've actually also encouraged us to do riparian buffers that are similar and to create coastal planting buffers. So when you see those houses, you're now working with the current regulations and these houses are legally non-conforming with them.
Understood.
Okay.
I guess what I was just trying to point out is that it is a relatively small area within the site that continues to have a very large buffer along the water. But maybe now would be a good time for me to turn things over to Matt so that he can, walk you through his design and what we've tried to do to respond to the feedback we've received so far.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa. Matt Pop again, landscape architect, Environmental Land Solutions. I did listen to the briefing yesterday and
Thanks.
just like to go through a couple of descriptions on the tree types. I think that would help. So when I refer to like a shade or a canopy tree, those are like the larger growing trees, the oaks, the hickories, the maples, and hackberry. I believe that's the trees that the conservation director, Beth Evans, prefers, the shade trees. They provide a lot of wildlife habitat. The understory trees grow.
But one of the things, yeah, but you're going to still do the 2.5 caliber, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So
She prefers go ahead.
then there's understory trees which grow, maybe 15 to 25 feet high. Those would be the shad, the hawthorn, flowering dogwood. I don't think we're using any flowering dogwood, but those are the smaller ones. Again, they provide, a lot of berries for migrating birds. So those grow, the understory are the smaller ones. And the evergreen trees, typically on this site, almost all of them are red cedars. There's some American holly and some pitch pine. Um, and as far as the landscape design, I think there's two types of plantings. One is the environmental plantings, which are the natural areas. They include the restoration areas. Typically, the plantings are, all native for the environmental planting plan. They're dense. Usually like to put them close together to form massing and to form thickets. The main intention for those, I think, in my opinion, is for wildlife habitat and soil and sedimentation, soil erosion and sedimentation. They also
Okay.
provide some screening. The second type of plantings is the ornamental plantings. The ornamental plantings are typically not all native. They're routinely found by the dwelling, more highly maintained areas. The intent of those is not mainly for wildlife habitat. Wildlife habitat may be a second feature of them. An example of them would be the crabapple trees along the entrance drive. And even the American holly hedge, that's a native planting. But these trees are going to be kept at a smaller size. So those are the ornamental ones. And sometimes I refer to the ornamental plantings on the plans that I do that I try not to attach them to a permit. So when I do the CAM planting plans, typically around the house, you'll see like the shrub areas outlined and maybe some trees outlined, but I don't really specify what those are because again, they change quite a bit and it's tough to tie them to a permit. So the CAM plantings usually are along the perimeter of the site, and those are long-term plantings. So this planting plan that we have before you has four parts to it. One is, I think Lisa touched on it, is the restoration plan that was done back. I did the plan in April. The plants were installed in May. There was 89 trees in that. The plant list is actually on this plan if we zoomed out. Then the second part is there's a supplemental plant list that was just done recently within the last couple of weeks. And in that, we're proposing 108 trees. So those are the two plant lists that I did. The third part is the contractor, Lupino, he had his own plan, and he included approximately 33 trees. This plan kind of shows where they are. His trees are outlined with you have to really zoom in, a yellow border on these trees. And then the ornamental plantings, actually keep an eye on this one, the ornamental plantings, that was done by Finlay. And those are the ones that I kind of just referenced the plan. I didn't show the plantings on this specific drawing because those are, I think, again, like ornamental plantings. They're subject to change over time. They're not really the long-term plantings. And I try not to tie them to the permit. But there's four sections, and that dashed blue line is outlines the four sections. And there's a note that says which drawings to look at, which ones of them. Those are mainly along the access drive, the drive between the tidal pond and the dock right that you see there. And then the last one section is right in front of the house.
Okay. While you're taking a breath,
Yep.
you touched on two things that I wanted to just highlight. In Beth Evans' comments, she says the approved landscape plan prepared by Mark Finley conflicts in some areas with the most recent P&Z landscape plan prepared by ELS. Now we kind of have a sense of why, because you're sort of ignoring those, you said. The P&Z landscape plan also refers to planting being done by the landscaping contractor Lupino, but she says it's not clear if the contractor is following a plan, and if so, what plan? the applicant should clarify what plans will be implemented and combine them onto one plan so that compliance can be documented. I think you've started to do that
Yeah.
here,
So
but
we-
if we would condition you, if we were to move this forward, we would condition you on giving us what's, here's the consolidated that has
Mhm.
Lupino, Finley, and Pop all together in one. And so that people know what to expect will happen.
So if we push this drawing down towards so we can see the top of the sheet.
Uh-huh.
Oop, not that far
Whoops.
down.
Not that top. I don't know who those people are
So,
anyway.
Lupino, I did have his, plant list. He has a lot of ornamental plantings. I mean,
But yeah, I
yeah.
don't want to ask you how he
So,
comes
right,
into, I don't know how all these people come into your game,
yeah,
but you
right
can
there,
see
right
our
there.
quandary is
Yeah. You
give
can
us,
see, you
give
can
us
see
the
his
one
plan.
thing. It means you're going to have to do some field inventory, it sounds like, but give
Yeah.
us what the total landscaping is going to look like at the end on one piece of paper.
We understand and we
Yeah,
can
okay.
accommodate that.
So
Well,
his
Matt knows how
plantings-
to do this stuff.
His plantings I included on this
Okay.
on this drawing, or some
Yeah.
of those, and those are the plant
But
lists.
it has to be, that's what's making the conservation director uneasy. Now, the other thing was she asks you if you would consider, she says, while you've added trees, because of the caliber change and the time to maturity, she recommends that additional areas around the perimeter of the house site, particular to the west and the north, be considered for additional supplemental planting of trees and native shrubs. Again, what we would ask you here, Mr. Pop, is that you figure this out with Bianca
Mhm.
and Ms. Evans or whoever from conservation is taking care of that, and that you address this comment rather than us try to work landscaping on the fly here.
Oh,
You would-
absolutely.
You figure out to the extent that you could meet Ms. Evans' request and that P&Z is happy with it. Before you get a chance to breathe again, esteemed counsel for the applicant, it's Nick McRae wants to ask you a question.
Mr. Pop, do you have the landscape plan at the entrance to the driveway off the street?
The Finlay plant, I don't have that.
Oh,
Okay.
I can pull that
Yeah.
up if we need to.
Yeah, see, that's
Okay, well, actually,
yeah.
actually, this is good. You can zoom right in there at the upper right-hand corner. Okay, so there's actual structure there, a gate structure there, correct? Proposed?
Correct. Yes. And then there, it doesn't show on my plan because of the ornamental ones. There's a row of crab apples. Then you can see right there, there's two, the kind of the brighter green or two shade trees, the black gums.
Okay.
And then-
And the work that Mr. Lupino's crew is doing out on the site, were they following one of the specific plans? Or were they
No.
just doing something?
He had his own plan. So
He had his
was-
own plan. Okay, that's
That's
okay.
what I was, I didn't know, I
Yeah.
was trying not to interrupt, but that's basically Beth Evans' point. She's not clear. There's some plantings Lupino's got that sort of don't show up. So, but Met Pop knows what to do. So if we ask for the consolidated plan and what it's going to look like, and it's got to include what everybody else has done, and here's an account of it. And I know that's extra work, Mr. Pop, but it's
Yep.
confusing otherwise. Mr. McRae, go ahead. And then after that is, I don't know who Joe Mulligan is, but he's got his hand up. So,
Okay, I would.
but if you're an interloper, we'll throw you out.
As we progress, we just to save time as we're moving along, if we get back to the original landscape plan or an original site plan, if we just can come back to that front gate, it's not important at the moment, so we can keep moving on, and that will be fine. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mulligan, would you just tell us where your role is in this before you start talking to us?
Sure. Joe Mulligan, Mark Finley Architects.
Okay.
Just to comment on the landscaping plan, our drawings that Matt references in those 4 different areas include Lupino's plantings. So it is a consolidated plan between Matt's drawings and our 4 sectional drawings, blow-ups.
But you can understand if our staff and the conservation staff is having a hard time figuring it out, we've got to have something that's easy to follow for everybody, 20 years from now. Okay. Ms. Feinberg, do you want to try and get the word back in, or Mr. Pop not finished?
Almost done. I'd
Okay.
just like to touch on the parking area. We can maybe shift over.
Mhm.
The existing approved parking area, although smaller, it's only 10 feet from the tidal pond.
Yep.
And the proposed one is about 45 feet from the tidal pond. If we had to, if the larger parking area was approved back into 2022, it probably wouldn't be allowed to make a smaller parking area only 10 feet from the tidal pond. So in my opinion, I think this is a better condition to have it. We're taking down, I think there's 6 trees there, but we're planting a number of trees where the parking area was going to go. I would
Mhm.
say it's for the long term, for water quality, for habitat purposes. I think, in my opinion, having the parking area, where it is now compared to where it was before. I think the other parking area, the shape wasn't that great. It was tough to turn around. I would think if 4 or 5 cars went in there, they probably would, who knows, maybe be driving over the curb to get their cars in. The play area on an approved plan, there looks like there was a pool fence wrapping that. So typically when I see a pool fence, I always kind of think of the area inside the fence as
Mhm.
going to be maintained,
Mhm.
and not really a habitat area. And
Mhm.
then let's just see. Maybe I'll just come up with some numbers at the end. At the bottom of the sheet, there's 2 charts. I'm not going to go into the detail, but it kind of shows, how many trees um, were present at the beginning of the project, how many were taken out. That's the tree summary chart on the left. The chart on the right is kind of the planting summaries.
Mhm.
So it comes
Mhm.
up with the totals. Um, again, we end up more trees, but they're a lot smaller than the ones that were taken out.
Mhm.
And then some of the hollies, I think, are going to be maintained on a smaller size in hedgerows. Um, so again, I think we end up with more trees, but I think long term,
Yeah.
you know, and I
Well,
wouldn't go any larger than 2 to 2.5
no,
inch
I
caliper.
understand. So just so you know, Mr. Pop, I had misunderstood Ms. Evans' comment about the caliber,
Mhm.
and I discussed this with Bianca. I think it was yesterday. I saw time as a blur at the moment, but we
Mhm.
discussed this, and there were a couple of things. What she clarified for me is that no, Ms. Evans wants to stay with the 2 to 2.5
Mhm.
because it takes mechanical equipment to bring in bigger caliber, so you have more issues. The second point, again, from Ms. Evans, is that she is, and again, it's in her comments, she is more focused on the percent of preservation
Mhm.
versus now. So you have 76% preservation versus 54 now.
Mhm.
So you're losing a third of your preservation. And that was, when you consider how the environmental sensitivity of the site, that was what Bianca relayed to me was a concern by Ms. Evans. Mr. McRae, followed by Mr. Wells.
I've just got a question for the design team that can wait for later, finish up with landscape.
Okay.
This is
Okay. Mr.
this
Wells.
Thank
drainage
you.
infrastructure thing.
Thank you. A quick question for Mr. Pop. You commented that you wanted to move the driveway farther away from the tidal pond based on concern about the habitat. I guess my question is, what is the water quality of the tidal pond? And is the opening to Long Island Sound under the bridge wide enough to, refresh that tidal pond so that it is a good habitat for animals?
I don't, again, Matt Pop, I don't know what the water quality is, but I think is actually a good idea to check, kind of do what was done at Eagle Pond at Greenwich Point, open the tide gates up to get the flushing in there. Maybe that's something we could discuss with Deep on that, but I think that's a good recommendation to take a look at.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You guys want to go ahead? So our next battery of questions can emerge.
Sure. I mean, the only other thing that we haven't touched on are the changes to the perimeter, to the fencing and the lighting, and we made some substantial changes from what we originally proposed back in September. I think generally speaking, we've removed all of the perimeter fencing. We've removed all of the path lighting, and it's really very limited. I'm happy to take you through those things if you'd like me to. I just don't want to take more time than necessary since it's relatively self-explanatory. So you let me know.
The only question that Ms. Evans had for you on that is, are you still anticipating deer fencing? And have you show all the locations where the deer fencing is going to go?
So let me just pull that up.
And again, her concern is the fauna population.
Sure. I lost you.
That's okay, because she's making it. She's saying before you go ahead, we want to know that.
So the only, deer fencing is where it exists today, and that's along the boundaries with our neighbors. So that was replaced, and that's shown here in purple. Everything else that was previously shown has been removed. You can see the only other fencing is there's some fencing along in the child play area, around the lawn area, and then there's a grade change here, and then of course the pool, which is legally required, but that's it.
And that fencing is only 6 feet height, so it's not really deer fencing, but
yeah, you guys
that's
keep
true.
calling it deer fencing, and
Yeah.
that's one of the things she keeps asking. But I think the other thing is, and Mr. Pop, I know you were on an application where there was a big long discussion about this, that the little animals have to be able to go below the fence. I remember this was an Alexandra mock comment that we addressed at one point. So, I think that's what the kind of thing Beth Evans is looking for. Mr. Wells has a question.
Yeah, quick question on lighting, I guess for Ms. Feinberg or Mr. Pop. I just want to confirm that there's no lighting south of that bridge, basically all the way to the driveway. I mean, if you could go, the bridge up right in the middle there, all along the causeway.
There's
lighting
no
along
lighting.
there. Okay.
correct.
Going all the way through parcel B.
No lighting.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Feinberg, just so you know, we in discussion with staff, we would still condition that, because although you've revised it, that there's such an ease about anything happening in the field, so we would still just make that really clear in any kind of decision. Okay. You ready to go through some of the things I had in my head and see what the commission, this is just for you guys. This is for you guys too, because you may not agree with some of the questions. We've already made the point about, on DEEP, whatever you submit to DEEP to get to compliance, your compliance plan for DEEP and how it's laid out, we would like that. We'd like to see that. Again, I have this question about the green area and how it's evolved. And I would love to see the detailed calculations, like what happened with the parking, all of that. Tree counts, give us the full update and tell us the percentage, give us the final percentage of trees lost, replaced, and proposed versus the original. Again, we would ask you to eliminate the proposed pathway lighting. One topic we haven't discussed yet is the driveway width and the curb cut that goes to 41 feet. To come back down to town standards, that'll eliminate some impervious for you. That you cut it back. We would want you to cut it back to town standards. We weren't following. I wasn't following, and I say we. I haven't asked the commission yet. I shouldn't be saying we. I would like to see that. So, do you have a comment on that?
So I think there's a disconnect. Well, there's two things, right? There's the driveway width and then there's the
That
curb
went back
cut.
down to 14, but the curb cut is still at 41,
The
correct?
curb cut is still oversized. I think, one of the folks from SE Minor might have to speak to this, or maybe Joe can, but I believe that it relates to turning radius and the ability to actually access the site.
Okay, but then on the other hand, you have you have the parking lot for turning radius. So which one is it? Mr. McRae, go ahead, and
Yeah.
she doesn't have.
It'd be great for somebody from SC Minor and bring up page. Let's see. This would be sheet number 5 of the revised set drawings. This is revised 11/12/25. So as the driveway meets Indian Field Road, it's at an angle. So I'm kind of getting a sense of, that width of curb cut because of the angle to it. But what I'm more concerned, and this goes back to, the exceeding the original approval. There's this significant gate structure indicated on this drawing that was not on the approved drawing.
I believe it was.
I was looking at the approved drawing. It is in front of me, and it was not on the approved drawing. There is no gate structure there. And the drawing I'm looking at specifically, oops, I lost it again. That's the revised one. Okay, again, this is sheet number 4. And that was dated 11/1/22. General updates for building permit. As I'm looking at that drawing, it does not show a gate structure.
I'm not sure about that one. I'm going to show you the approved landscape plan that
No,
shows
no,
the
I don't
gate.
want to see a landscape plan. I want to see the site plan because the gate would be a structure that would be needed to be shown on the site plan.
Okay, I don't know if there was, I'll pull that one up as well, but I just want to note for the record that it was shown right here on the approved.
But Nick is correct. The building department doesn't look at, and DPW, they don't look at the landscape plan to approve where you're putting a curb cut and a gate.
Right.
So
Again, so sheet number 5 of the original dated 11/1/22, general updates, so on and so forth, shows no gate structure. The question I'm having is, we're getting back to actually things that had changed. Here's another one to add to the list of things that had changed. In conducting, there was people talking about actually the curb cut. The curb cut, I can see why it would need, because of its geometry and meeting at an angle, that width. But again, now I have a proposed gate and walls right inside the property line at the thing that wasn't there before. What's that all about? How tall is it? How big is it? Why was it never actually part of it? And is this something that actually just added as we went along? So I just add that to the list, and I think we need a little definition on what's going on with that. We're talking about fences and things. Add that to the list as well. One other question, and I think actually another question. This would be for the folks at SE Minor. On the original drawing, when we had the smaller parking area, again, this is sheet number 4, I believe, from way back when. Right inside the smaller parking area, there was a note that says proposed portable water well. And I'm assuming that water well has been moved because the driveway for the new parking area goes right over top of that. If somebody can kind of let us know where the well went, because that actually has a very specific code to it in terms of its distance and circumference around the diameters around the wellhead itself.
Good evening, everyone. Rachel Orsi and Eric Avila from SE Minor.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Rachel and Eric. Can speak in regard to the well that was drilled but ultimately not used, and the site connected to public water. And then that was approved through Health Department when they got the permit to construct for the septic system.
Okay, so now it's public water coming down the driveway with everything else. Okay, great.
Correct.
That resolves that. Do you know when the gate was added?
We don't.
Not immediately.
Uh,
We would have to look through our records and see through the site plan revisions when that gate was added to the site plan.
Okay, and same, any kind of detail you have or anything that was actually provided. So I guess that would be the rest of the design team, possibly landscape architecture. I have no idea, but whoever on it, thought that was a great idea. There's got to be a detail for it. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, we were at providing restoring the driveway and curb cut widths to town standards. What unless the or to a width that allows safe access. How about that? Oh, that's not any good. I'm going to say town standards, and you can work with zoning on that. Additional figures. We're looking for all the change in grading cut fill. Now, I know you're giving it to us tonight, but we didn't have all of it. We want to see all the proposed site plan changes, associated grading, cut, fill, particularly as regards the relocation and enlargement of the staff parking area and the child play area. And we'd like to see all the calculations for that. Mary just mentioned exploring relocating the child area, the play area, to reduce associated site disturbance. Nick wants to see details on changes to the entrance gate versus the original plan. Nick, anything more on that?
I think actually one of my bigger or larger concerns is actually to really isolate the significant grading changes between proposed and
yeah, we have that provide figures for the additional grading cut fill for the proposed site plan changes, particularly as regards the relocation and enlargement of the staff play area. So it's versus the original, right?
Yeah. And the play area has not been defined. I would think actually maybe a little bit of detail on that, so we know what that's going to be like. Is it just a jungle gym on the ground, or is it something more involved?
Well, remember that for P&Z purposes, some of those are structures.
That's what I'm getting to.
So they
That's what I'm
have
saying.
to give that to you on a site plan.
Is it a couple of swings and a slide, or is it a real honest to God, jungle gym and pirate ship?
Okay. Right. So anything that's a structure, I think you guys all know this. You'd have to have it on the site plan. Okay. Mm-hmm. The gate we did, I forget where it is in the staff comments, to stabilize the sloped area along the existing construction access where the proposed new parking area is located. I think we all saw that area and it made everybody, I think we all walked by it and it made everybody uneasy.
Right. One more, before and after, the as approved surface area of pool deck, spa.
Okay.
That area, as opposed to the as built, which is from looking at the plans, scale, no scale, they actually seem to be actually different. And I'd like to see what, if it's not different, then it's a 0. If there's a difference, even if it's less, I'd like to know what it is.
And what action would you take? The
action would be just actually to understand, it'll affect the calculations of green area, pervious, impervious surface, drainage, so on and so forth.
The pool is, again, not in green area.
Right.
And that's not clear to me and again, we don't know the answer to that. I couldn't figure it out. We talked about the deer fence. We talked about more planting areas around the perimeter of the house site. So a topic that y'all have been silent on.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just
it's like Christmas. He just keeps giving me his wish list, and I am supposed to be Santa Claus. Go ahead, babe.
Oh, I'm Saint Nick. St. Nicholas himself.
Yeah, you're
the
Saint Nick.
the lighting, we talked about that, right?
Yeah, the lighting, we're going to condition it, even though they said they're removing it, because it is just, it made all the conservation people very uneasy. So we're just going to say, make sure it never shows up again. One of the things that has not come up is where we are with the archaeological. There's all this stuff in the original. Oh, Mary is about to raise her hand, aren't you?
Well, I appreciate the fact that Ms. Feinberg indicated that the sites have not been touched or disturbed, but I believe we're entitled to some information about what's been found and what's planned to preserve that going forward.
Yes. So the findings and the protection status.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't have anything on the, I think it was Ms. Evans raised the question about the protection status.
Yes.
We're asking you, you've heard us say it. What can you do to reduce the impervious surface and get closer to your original plan? Is there something you can do? Bearing in mind that we're trying not to ask you straight out or tell you straight out to just undo the work you've already done. We're trying to set it up so you explore it and you find ways that work for you, given the fact that there's already all these changes in the field. So Dave has his hand up. Dave, I'm sorry, you have to wait, okay, because you're public, I think. Is he
No,
public?
he's the owner's representative.
Okay. Oh, we met him at the site. All right. Just before we call on him, submit a consolidated, consistent, updated landscape plan. Mr. Pop's all over that. And then, as we discussed, you've agreed to the third-party site monitor, and we'll just have you work with P&Z staff on that. And Dave is on his way in. So that's what I got so far.
I had one more,
in my
Madam
notes.
Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Wells.
Thank you. Under the supposition that the water quality is probably going to decline, with a large house there, you're going to be, fertilizer on the lawn and everything else. So I would request that the applicant provide a plan to increase flushing of the tidal pond to improve water quality for animal habitat if needed. I mean, it could be as simple as expanding the channel underneath the bridge, deepening it. It's pretty shallow and there are big boulders in it. And, you've already had a dredge there, which, put the riprap. So maybe it's as simple as that, but that would be helpful.
A question for Patrick then. If there's a plan to improve the water in the tidal pond, is that subject to deep sign off?
Anything below the jurisdiction line, the coastal jurisdiction line would be. If it creeps above elevation 5.5 foot, it would be our approval and the state's, but it's always going to be the state's approval.
Well, Pat, is a tidal pond under state or is it just the outside
state
of the causeway?
Yeah, state
tidal pond. Okay.
So we could ask them to discuss. We could ask them to discuss with deep water quality improvement opportunities in the tidal pond.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Dave, do you want to go ahead and talk? You're here now. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how are you?
You don't have a last name, but it's okay.
Dave Knausel, how are you? I'm not going to talk. I just listening, and I will answer any questions that you have.
You had your hand up.
Well, because I wanted to be involved to answer any questions that you had.
Sure. Okay, Mr. McRae.
Did we get into specifics on the lighting?
We said Ixnay on the pathway lighting. Is there something else you want?
I think again, getting back to the front gate, there's 8 tree lights, down lights.
Right, and you said yesterday those were okay, and I was fussing.
I'm kind of looking at front gate down lights. It's that in deference to the neighbors. Actually, there seems to be an awful lot of lighting right at the front gate, and then it's kind of dark until there's a transition, and then I'm just thinking, do we need all 8? Could you do 4, 2 on each side of the gate so you're not bumping into things? This is getting back to actually that pristine kind of natural site that we had. I understand actually having good light to come, down this long driveway. But do I need 8 on one side? What is that actually doing for me? So that's all I've got to say about that.
Okay, well, now Dave has his hand up. Is that
yes.
okay?
So
go ahead.
My answer to that is actually the neighbors are eager. The neighbors are eager to have lighting out there. There's been multiple burglary attempts, and the security in the Mead Point Association is trying to beef up. And we're trying to tie those lights into security systems. So if there are break-ins or there are issues that, everybody knows where to go. So that's not necessarily just to light it up so you don't have to have your car lights on. It's to light it up for security. And the entire association is very uneasy at the moment because there has been 4 attempted break-ins in the last couple months. So that's not for luxury. That's not for anything else besides security. That's it.
Okay, Mr. McRae.
Okay. Security gate there. Lots of lights. I'm failing to see that argument, but it is what it is.
It's tied to the alarm system. If the alarm system goes off, they blink.
And doesn't the Mead Point Association have a manned security booth?
They do.
Okay.
But
I mean, okay, so
somebody got by the booth, ran all the way down to the bottom of the
no, they
street.
came in by kayak. Actually, they came in by kayak.
boat.
Yeah,
Yeah. Some of them have come by boat, I think.
It's a problem, and we don't need to get into that. But that is what that's for.
Got it.
So it is supported by
Okay.
neighbors.
Okay. And no, you had your hand up.
I do, Joe.
Actually, I was
Joe
just
Mulligan.
No.
really.
No, that was no.
asking- I was going to
can
ask
tell the
if
difference.
I've heard stories, and I think there were articles in the paper a couple of years ago about people attempting to come by boat.
I know, but
some of those things, but that's different from where this is coming. Yeah,
It's
I know,
just-
but Nick and I can tell you stories about people who jump off the highway. I had to call 911. It happens.
That's
right. No.
So it happens. I mean,
right.
Okay, Mr. Mulligan.
Just a point of reference, Joe Mulligan, Mark Finley Architects. Those downlights along the entry drive are about 30 feet on center, although they look closer on the drawing. 30 feet on center, and they're only about 600 lumens each light.
Okay. So they don't provide much security then?
Whether it's provide security or not security, it lights the road, but they're low level lighting and they're 30 feet on center.
Okay. Patrick, you have your hand up. Help me out with this.
I'm sorry. I think Dave was trying to explain something about the security system. So were you saying that the lights would go on with an alarm trigger, and then it would be just for like low level path lighting? Or I just
so the lights that I'm referring to is not what Joe just referred to. So I guess I don't have the plans in front of me right now. So the lights that would actually be on the gate are not bright lights. They would just go on with alarms. The lights that Joe is referring to, if they're 30-foot on center, those aren't invasive. They're not by the water. They are just basically path lighting. Thank you.
There it is.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to finish that thought or whatever. What I thought I heard. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, because I didn't.
So the 7 lights right inside the gate are in the trees, low level.
Yeah.
That's not the security lighting. The security lighting is something different. I just want to be on. I want to clearly understand.
So security lighting would be like a light that's on the actual gate columns. These lights that were just brought up are just to light the path. I mean, you've been there. It's a very long drive.
Oh yeah,
very dark. And so we have no lights in the causeway. We have no lights anywhere else near the water.
Okay, so getting back to detail, like I had asked for detail on what's happening with the gate. There's lighting on the gates too. So
Okay, so
it would just be
there we go.
Column lights.
Yep, but
Yeah,
so they
but-
flash when something happens.
If something happens, correct.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
I just want to also just note again for the record that the lighting conforms to the regulations and has been peeled way, way, way back and has been reviewed with staff and with Beth Evans and supported. So just want to note that.
We're talking about
Yes,
the
I think,
lighting of the, sorry, Madam Chair, we're
Yeah.
talking about the lighting along the driveway, right? Because we've had other discussions, Ms. Feinberg, about lighting elsewhere, and that was not met with positive reaction.
No, that was
Yeah.
the lighting that we removed.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. I just make sure for the record what we're talking about.
Yes, I'm talking about the current plan, which removed a substantial amount of lighting at the direction of staff.
yeah.
Right, and that was all along the pathway on the opposite side of the tidal lake.
It was all along the causeway. It was all along the perimeter of the site. It was along parcel B,
Got it.
all removed.
Okay, Madam Jones.
Okay, so I'm just trying to clarify. So the lighting, the down lighting that is 30 feet on center is all along the whole driveway or just along the
It's
portion?
just- These are
right
the
after the-
lights you're talking about, Joe, correct?
That's correct. Just those
Can
7
you
or
see
8
my
lights.
cursor? I'm sorry.
Yep, I can see
Okay.
it. So it's just those lights there. Okay, and then there's lighting that's on the security gate, and that goes off. It's sensor activated, so it goes off when something crosses the path or somebody tries to go
No,
in.
that only goes off if the alarm goes off. It's just
Okay,
it's basically to show emergency responders where to go.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. I think we're kind of done. I'm kind of done. I've gone through my list of stuff I had been jotting down over the weekend and yesterday. Anything else from anybody? Okay, let's take down the share. And then let me just call to public comment. Does anyone in the public wish to comment on this application? It is Mead Point LLC, 618 Indian Field Road, and this is to revise the original 2022 site plan. Anybody in the public, kindly raise your virtual hand. Oh, Alexandra Mock is here, and I quoted her on the animals being able to pass through the fence, underneath the fence. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this application? No. Okay, seeing no comment, this is a must decide for us. Are you set, Ms. Feinberg? Have you said everything you want to say? You kind of know where we're going?
Yeah, generally, I think we've covered everything. The only other thing I want to note with regard to the gate is that clearly there appears to have been a coordination problem at the time in 2022. It was shown on one plan, not shown on another plan.
Yes.
But we are in front of you asking for your approval of the current plan, and the location of that gate is not near any sensitive coastal resources. So
yeah, and it's just we're asking for detail on how you've revised the site plan, where it has our biggest concerns: grading, cut fill,
understood.
impervious surface. The riprap, we'll let John Goucher, but the riprap was concerning. Just where it's been revised and how you could evolve towards, with what you've already done, evolve it back. I don't think you ever evolved backwards. Where's Lo?
I'm here.
Okay. Do we evolve? Is that possible? But to move it back to closer to the environmental KPIs, if you will, that were in the original plan. That's what we're asking you for. Think about green area, think about all the things that were considered the first time. And that's where we're going. And not going to make that statement as directly later, but I think that's where everybody seems to be heading. Okay. So based on that, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
All righty.
No.
Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay. I just move everybody. Okay, so now we're motioning time. Oh, everybody pull up a chair. Because I already read most of Beth Evans' comments, I had them in the motion I drafted, but I think I could skip them. They would be, but I'm going to refer to them as I read that this is where they insert. Patrick, does that work with the law?
I think so.
Okay, so I'll just say that they're here and that they will be cited in the decision letter. I'm out of water, Mary. Okay, as to the application of Mead Point LLC for a final coastal site plan for proposed modifications to a final site plan and special permit approved 4/26/22 on an 8.0593 acre property located at 618 Indian Field Road in the RA2 and coastal overlay zones. Whereas the applicant is proposing site organization revisions, changes to the pool, relocated parking area, staff, enlarged staff parking, widened driveway. I wonder if I should say curb cut. Well, I'll fix it later. Enlarged staff parking, widened driveway, additional grading, drainage plan amendments, revised landscaping, which includes the removal of 22 additional trees. Also lighting and the addition of a child play area. Whereas the applicant is proposing path and accent lighting along the perimeter of the property along the walking path. The lighting plan includes the lumen calculations which appear to meet the regulations, although they do not consider the ecological sensitivity of this site. Whereas on 11/21/25, the Environmental Affairs Director issued the following comments in regard to the proposed site plan revisions. And this is where everything we have discussed goes in. It's a fairly long set of comments, but we've touched on them all. Whereas on 11/19/2025, DEEP issued the following comments. The newly placed riprap that we observed during our site inspection on the north side of the driveway is located to the east of the riprap shown on the plans. Please find attached a copy of the signed notice of noncompliance recently issued by the department. The extent of riprap shown on the current plans is in the same configuration as those shown on the original 21 site plans. However, based on recent aerial photographs, it seems clear that the newly placed riprap is not represented on the current revised site plans. Regarding stormwater drainage notifications as shown on the plans, revised on November 12, 25, DEEP finds the revisions appear to have addressed the concerns raised in their October 2nd, 2025 email comments. Whereas the notice of noncompliance issued by DEEP states that work completed to place the trap rock material required prior authorization pursuant to Connecticut general statutes, and it is not known at this time if any of such riprap material was placed atop areas containing tidal wetlands. And any work in tidal wetlands or water ward of the state's coastal jurisdiction line in tidal, coastal, or navigable waters of the state without proper authorization is a violation of state law. And finally, not later than 21 days after issuance of their notice, they are to submit the enclosed compliance statement identifying how they propose to bring the site into compliance. Whereas the previously approved coastal site plan was found to meet the requirements of Section 6111 and 6139 of the Greenwich Building Zone regulations to ensure that the development, preservation, or use of the land and water resources of the coastal area proceeds in a manner consistent with the capability of the land and water resources to support such development, preservation, or use without significantly disrupting the natural environment, and to preserve and enhance coastal resources. And the Coastal Area Management Act, specifically to prevent and minimize adverse impacts on coastal resources, as noted in the state statutes, for consideration of coastal site plan reviews. Whereas the proposed modification of the coastal site plan did not appear to meet section 6111 and the relevant sections of the state statutes as stated above, and the applicant has stated they will make every effort to ensure compliance with these standards. Whereas the RA2 zone requires 78% green area, the commission notes that the 2021 site plan showed an 82% green area, and that the proposed revisions would reduce that green area to 80%. The commission finds, however, it is not able to determine if the applicant has included all new coverage in the green area calculation for the revised site plan currently proposed. In particular, the commission is unclear about the additional riprap, driveway modifications, new areas of parking, hardscape techniques, and the pool. Whereas the conservation comments of March 28, 2022 from the original site plan special permit application, including the following. Consider the value of the existing ecosystem and the site's archaeological resources, it is recommended the applicant revisit the design and reconsider the site, the size and intensity of the design. The provided mitigation measures are well thought, but they will not prevent the habitat loss and short and long-term disturbance. Development of this peninsula should be scaled down and concentrated on the site's central high point to capitalize on the elevation and retain more crucial natural resources. Whereas in the same memo, conservation referred to the William Kenny report with the following. The report repeatedly makes the point the property is dominated by common forest. Being common should not lead the reader to conclude common floral associations are less valuable. Indeed, it is the common floral community that is essential to support the common faunal community. The common associations of Mead Point are actually what makes it exceptional, and the method of conveying the health of the forest is misleading. Mr. Kenny cites the Guide for Plant Appraisal as his source. This guide is not intended to assess tree health as it relates to a forest. Rather, its purpose is to assess trees for valuation. A healthy forest is expected to have trees with injuries, dieback, robust canopies, or not. It is this variety and in turn supports a myriad of food sources, nutrient cycling, nesting, foraging, etc. Whereas the March 28 Conservation Memorandum also states, recovery excavations carried out at the site and completed in 2017 by Ernest A. Weigand indicate a rare and archaeologically significant single component habitation site dating to the terminal archaic early woodland period. Sportman, in her letter, highlights the large habitation site at Brush Island, Mead Point, has tremendous research potential and provides the opportunity for archaeologists to better understand this time period. Given the significance of the site, the Office of State Archaeology strongly recommends that future development consider the significance of the resource. If feasible, it would be preferable for development to be designed to avoid impacts to portions of the remaining archaeological deposits. More permanent possibilities for preservation of this valuable cultural resource include a preservation easement or designation as a state archaeological preserve. Whereas the Commission notes there has been no reference to the archaeological findings and/or protection status in the revised site plan proposal whatsoever. Whereas on 11/20/25, DPW engineering commented the maximum allowable driveway width at the road is 25 feet. The maximum allowable driveway width at the property line is 14 feet. The proposed dimensions for these two criteria exceed the maximum allowed. A waiver can be requested through the Highway Division. Prior to completing the P&Z sign-off, please submit the plans and a letter from the project engineer providing the reasons as to why this waiver should be approved. Whereas the ZEO issued comments dated 8/28/25, noting the proposed lighting would comply with the lighting regulations, including the more restrictive coastal zone requirements adopted March 24. Whereas the applicant has provided a permit needs questionnaire dated 7/2/25 to from the IWWA, noting there are only tidal wetlands and no inland wetlands or waterways on site. Whereas the Health Department issued comments dated 8/25/25, noting no comment on the proposed plans. Whereas the Commission notes that its special permit approval for the original application was based on the site plan being in compliance with the standards contained in Section 617D of the Building Zone Regulations, particularly Standards 5 and 9, which state, preserve and enhance important open space and other features of the natural environment, and protect against deterioration of the quality of the environment and support environmental sustainability. Preserve land, structures, or features that have special historical, cultural, environmental, or architectural merit and contribute to the character of the town. Whereas the Commission finds the applicant is no longer in compliance with either of the above special permit standards due to changes in the field versus the original approved site plan submission. Whereas the Commission notes that the applicant has been making an effort to address outstanding violations from the April 2025 stop work order, including a $250,000 surety to the town, of which $128,467 was to retain to ensure the remediation planting plan was implemented prior to issuance of the CO. The applicant implemented the remediation planting plan, and the site was inspected by Conservation and P&Z staff. Staff found the remediation planting plan acceptable to address the unauthorized vegetation removal, with the understanding that the applicant would submit a request for modification of the coastal site plan for the remaining unauthorized grading and site work associated with the relocated staff parking, changes to the drainage infrastructure, and modifications to the pool, play area, and lawn. Whereas the applicant has agreed to a condition requiring an additional third-party site monitor of the Commission's choice and at the applicant's expense. Therefore, be it resolved that this application is hereby approved with the following conditions and modifications, which shall be subject to P&Z staff sign-off in coordination with Conservation prior to removal of the current stop work order. I need to check that with people, but Bianca thought it was okay. So 1, provide the compliance plan submitted to DEEP to come into consistency with statutes. 2, discuss with DEEP water quality improvement opportunities in the tidal pond for animal habitat support. 3, correctly calculate total green area, providing all calculations, and propose how it will be restored to the original approved 82% figure, which reflected deference to the site's environmental sensitivity, thus meeting Special Permit Standard 5 as noted above. Provide updated tree counts as a percentage of trees lost, replaced, and proposed from the original approved landscape plan. Eliminate the proposed pathway lighting. Restore the driveway and curb cut width to town standards. Provide figures for the additional grading, cut, fill for the proposed site plan changes versus the original, particularly as regards the relocation and enlargement of the staff parking area and the installation of the child play area. Submit calculations to P&Z staff. Define the play area and explore its relocation to reduce associated site disturbance. Provide details on changes to the entrance gate versus the original plan, and provide details as well on the gate column lighting. Provide revised and originally approved areas for the pool. Stabilize the sloped area along the existing construction access where the proposed new parking area is to be relocated for the remaining duration of construction to prevent erosion. Submit locations for proposed deer fence along with heights and construction detail therefore. Identify additional areas around the perimeter of the house site particularly to the west and north, for supplemental planting of trees and native shrubs. 14, submit a written summary of the archaeological findings and protection status. 15, evaluate further opportunities for impervious cover reduction. 16, submit a consolidated, consistent, updated landscape plan. 17, agree with P&Z staff whether to proceed with a commission-selected third-party site monitor at the applicant's expense, and then staff to return to the commission with a discussion item in this regard. Anything else?
Third party is, who's selecting that third party?
Us.
It's us? Okay,
To proceed with a commission-selected third-party site monitor.
got it. Okay.
That's what Arn was at. Was you, right, Arn?
Yeah, that's right.
That's what Arn asked for yesterday.
Great. And did we cite details of the gate?
Yes, we did.
Okay,
It is
got it.
up there somewhere. And not only the gate, but also your column lighting and to narrow the entrance to town standards.
Got it. Thank you.
The only thing I would add is that, Patrick, staff sign off if there is a safety justification for the curb cut exceeding town standards.
So yeah, we'll have that reviewed by DPW, and if it meets the standards, great. If it does not, it may have to be adjusted, right?
Okay. All righty. Is there a second?
Second. I'll give it
Mr.
to
Wells.
Nick. I'll give it to
Okay.
Nick.
Go with Nick. Nick has seconded. Mr. McRae has seconded. Seated on this application are McRae, Lowe, Yeski, and Wells. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And Mr. Basili would be so proud. He hasn't been typing, but it's 7:00. We could go for dinner.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is the next application 606 Riversville?
The next application is 606 Riversville.
Can we dispense with that before we break? Because I think we
Sure.
pushed to this agenda,
Yeah, just because it wasn't, we didn't notice it right. It's our bad.
whatever that is. Yeah. So
Yeah,
because
okay.
really nothing has changed. Really.
Nothing has changed. Okay, so is there anybody representing them? No, we told them they didn't have to come, right?
No, Mrs. Gorsy's here. She's here in the room.
Okay. Oh, there she is. Oh, she's such a good doobie. Look at that. All right. I said, you don't have to come. All right.
We talked this afternoon. I told her we can't do a decision without.
Okay. I'm so sorry. All right. So our next application is Third Sector New England for a final site plan and special permit for a proposed food share operation overseen and managed by the
Madam
Food
Chair,
Shed Net.
we're in the public hearing, so Mr. Basili just.
Oh, Mr. Basili, I'm sorry. Mr. Basili, are you alive?
Oh, did you think I didn't know? I know. Public
I'm so
hearing,
sorry, but
I'm set.
public hearing. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Patrick. So we now go into the public hearing. And I highlighted in yellow in big letters and I still went right by it. Okay. So again, now that we're in the public hearing, Third Sector New England for a proposed food share operation overseen and managed by the Food Shed Network with pickup at the North Greenwich Congregational Church lower parking lot on a 5.36 acre parcel located at 606 Riversville Road in the RA4. This is a final site plan and special permit. And Ms. Jorsey, I don't think you need to say anything. Welcome to the meeting. At our previous meeting, we discovered we had made a clerical error in which we had failed to notice the special permit. We have now done that. As far as we know, you have no new material to present. You need to unmute.
Sorry. Yep. Nothing new.
Okay. All right. And again, we apologize that you had to come. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at this time? All right. Does anybody from the commission object to closing this application?
No.
All righty. This application is hereby closed. Thank you. Have a great Thanksgiving. We're so sorry.
Good night.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Okay, that was good. Good thinking, Nick. Thank you for being considerate of Ms. Jorsey, because she saves herself a half an hour. Okay, so now it's 6:59 and we can go for dinner. Is everybody good with that?
Yes.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, and we don't have much left. Let's do half an hour. It's been kind of intense.
Yeah, great.
Mr. LaRoe, did you want to say anything?
Just a suggestion, since the regular meeting item has been postponed, if the commission was so inclined to move the rezoning application ahead of the text amendments, I don't think we just need a motion, but just letting.
Oh, sure. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Okay.
So
So
back, we can vote for that. We don't have
so
to do
we can move 9 to come right after 6.
correct.
Okay, that's no problem. And then everybody else can go home and cook turkey.
Right.
Okay.
I thought 9 was postponed.
9 was postponed.
8, 8, sorry, 8.
Oh,
No,
10
9.
10 is postponed.
9 is
10 is postponed.
9 or 10? Which one?
9 is still on. It's in the public hearing and we're going to hear it right after 6.
Well, we've got
9.
some numbering issue here because
So
9 and 10.
10 is postponed?
Yes.
10 is postponed. 9 is still on.
Okay.
Okay.
I might have read you guys the wrong one or something. All right.
No, maybe we figured that if one was postponed, the whole
No.
thing was postponed.
So they're only going to do the rezone.
Right.
And they're going to come with that.
Got
Okay,
it.
everybody come back in half an hour. Because several of us, I think Nick, Mary, and I just need lots of glasses of water right now.
Yeah, glass of something.
We
It's not
need
water.
commission water bottles.
Looks
Yeah.
like water.
Okay, I am stopping the recording. Somebody remember to restart it. Okay. And so we continue with the public hearing. I'd like to make a motion that we take the agenda out of order and following application, item number 6 on the agenda, we go to 9 and then do 7 and 8 after that. 9 would be the zoning map amendment proposed at 84 Cognywog. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. And Madam Jones, you are now seated for Mr. Yeski on item number 6, which we are ready to open. Do we have the applicant? And there's Alexandra Mock. Okay. All righty. And she's representing the applicant?
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Okay. So our next application is Andrei Ripka and Tatiana Stankova for a final re-subdivision and for a proposed lot line revision between 2 existing parcels to exchange 6,613 square feet of property at 15 Pleasant View Place and 17 Pleasant View Place located in the R7 zone. Seated again on this application are the regular members, except that Ms. Jones is seated for Mr. Yeski. Kindly proceed, Mrs. Mock.
Thank you. Oops, I'm trying to share my screen. And it's not allowing me.
Oh, no, you have to be really nice to Patrick to get that.
Patrick. Thank you.
I guess that joke's getting old, huh, Pat? I make it every time somebody
It's,
complains.
The shoe fits, right?
Yeah, the shoe fits. It's true. Okay.
It works.
Yep.
Good evening, Alexandra Mock, wetland soil scientist and landscape designer. And tonight I'm going to be presenting the subdivision. And this is the shape and size of the subdivision, which was approved in 1994. And you can see two lots, lot 272B, which is now known as number 17 Pheasant View Place. And then you have lot 172A, which now is known as number 15 Pleasant View Place. Those lots are located in R7 zone and served by public sewer and water. And the square footage you have displayed here. And this was the original subdivision, which was approved in 1994. And you can see that the access to number 17 is kind of very long and convoluted. And I'm not sure why this was designed this way, but it was back then in 1994. People had different needs and different desires. And now we are almost 25 years later, and there are different standards and also different desires. So let's go take a look at the proposed plan. I'll make this a little bit smaller. So we are proposing to not re-subdivide, we're proposing to actually do equal area exchange. So you remember the old property lines, and we would like to make those lots more manageable. Especially this came to play when we walked the lot with this long driveway access, as you remember, and then we're looking at this huge ledge, which was kind of in the middle of the developable area of that lot. And then here you have a little baby rock as well. And this would require a lot of land modification and blasting. And the owner decided that it would be much better if we can reconfigure those lots and make some changes, so those both areas are going to be better for each lot and each use. So the old subdivision required us to maintain single curb cut for both of them. So this is the existing driveway and the existing residence at number 15, and 17 remains as a vacant wooded lot. So we are going to be maintaining one curb cut, and then we are going to offer an easement to number 15, and the easement language was provided. Also, the driveway is going to be a little bit reconfigured here at number 15, so you can see that this huge area of impervious surface is going to be eliminated, and the access is going to be easier and less pavement. Let's go take a look at the plans. So also one of the so the easement FAR. Okay, so also one of the conditions of the approval for the previous subdivision was a limit of FAR because of the landscape features and because of the lot shape. The commission decided that the FAR is going to be less than it's supposed to be. So we're hoping that today we're creating two more healthy lots and more regular lots, which can accommodate the needs of two residences existing together, close to each other. Both of them actually are owned by the same owner.
This
way we're...
Alex, I'm sorry, Ms. Mock, just to clarify, you said the commission decided there would be a reduced FAR. Actually, it's not a decision that we have a choice in. There's a court case that you have to deduct the access way from the total lot area in order to have the amount of lot area that on which FAR can be calculated. And that was actually a court case in Greenwich. Madam Dygert, you have your hand up. Am I saying something wrong?
No, you're not incorrect, but the previous subdivision had additional restriction due to the topography of the outcropping.
Okay.
So it was an additional restriction on top of the access way.
Got it. Okay, I'll retract my words. Go ahead, Ms. Mock.
Thank you for the explanation. So this is basically all, and we did do the feasibility study. So we did provide we did prove that we actually each of the lot can support a single family residence. So this is existing, so there will be no changes except for the driveway reconfiguration, and then the new lot is going to be developed with new residents, and we'll have fully designed drainage sewer lines. Here's the rain garden in the back, driveway. So we are demonstrating that both lots are feasible to develop. And I'm here to answer your questions.
Any comments from the commission? Anybody? Everybody's muted. Okay, so the only, it seems like this, the driveway works, it works a lot better this way. It would be my comment. That was my take on it. Actually, our only question, as you may have surmised, I think if you were listening to the briefing or otherwise, you know the commission has talked about it before, is whether we would like to see the new lot come back directly to the commission, and we will likely leave that to, unless we're going to suggest, I'm going to suggest that we leave it to staff. I don't know, Nick will probably make the motion, but whether, because of the slopes and the way this lot is laid out, whether the development come back to us. Mr. Lowe.
Yes, I just wondered if Ms. Mock could remember when she had a different hat on, and could comment on the conservation's concerns with regard to the number of trees that are proposed to be removed, and the recommendation that the site disturbance be limited.
So thank you for that question, and I kind of felt that is coming. So just a matter of fact time. So we are going to be removing 52 trees. I did count them all, and I think there's some potential we can work a little bit harder, and especially in the light that we do have to go to wetlands for their approval, because there is a wetland area, I believe, somewhere here offsite. And
40 feet. It's 40 feet. Yes.
Yes, and we are within 100-foot upland review area, so we are going to be going to wetlands, and as you know, they charge for every tree removed from the upland review area. So this is going to be a very expensive project the way it is proposed today.
Yeah,
however, I think there is some opportunity here and some potential to save some trees, and I think like the back area of the rain garden and the level spreader, this could be slightly relocated, maybe reshaped. We don't really have to do that much grading behind this retaining wall. So, and we'll have at least 3 large trees here. So there is some potential. Also, there's some potential maybe along the edges, property lines, to save some of those trees.
So what we're thinking of, since we can't address the tree removal, we would expect that you would not do it prior to the development plan being approved. Since we can't address that, because you've also got to go to wetlands. So what we were talking about at the briefing is that based on how the wetlands review goes and what the wetlands conditions are, that staff then decide whether we should see the development of the rest of the site, because the URA is not going to address the entire all the issues with the site. So we may want to see it anyway. Mr. Lowe, your hand's back up, and then Ann Knoll.
No, it never went down. Sorry.
I had lowered it. Sorry. Okay. Go ahead, man. No.
So I just have a question, and I'm looking at this particular plan that you have here. So all of the sort of burgundy or dark red is all the sort of drainage, pipes and lines and different things that you need to put in to have a proposed home on this site. I just am trying to.
Yes, that's correct.
There's a lot going on underground there, from what I can tell.
It is.
Okay.
So maybe we can somehow organize those pipes into one area or narrower area, so we can preserve some of the root system, or maybe we can use the air spade with installing some of those trenches for the drainage. We'll be looking into it.
Okay, and then I have a question, because so so almost all the trees because a lot of them seem to run through the trees. Almost all these trees are coming down for this is what just reconfirming. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So, so that would be the thing is that we would want to, that this is a tricky site, so we may want to see the development plan, and we're just asking staff on that after Wetlands has seen it. Okay, any other comments or questions?
So was a note on one of the original subdivision plans about the no further re-subdivision unless there's a 50% tract of set aside as open space, but this isn't, this is a lot line revision, correct?
Yeah, it's not a further subdivision.
So
No, it's not
that's not kind of applicable.
No.
But going on, actually, there's some very specifics. The GLRMF 6866 limits the FAR on 172B, lots of 172B.
Right.
So basically, I think actually maybe we should be including anything that actually is any previous approvals.
Yes,
and notes.
all previous conditions continue to be, good point, Nick. All previous conditions would carry forward. The other thing is that what we don't have, and maybe Ms. Mock, you can tell us. So the way that you've revised this, do you, did you get you still get an FAR benefit because you've changed your, the access area, correct?
Yes.
So that's the thing, Nick. So they do get the FAR kick because they no longer, I'm trying to look up the numbers while we're talking, but they now, so this isn't a good way of reading it. Oh, here it is. So the zoning lot area changes. Here it is. Okay, so the zoning lot area for 15 is slightly reduced, but the zoning lot area for, did I do that right? No, the zoning lot area for 17 is improved by almost 4,000 square feet in the proposal. And so that gives you more FAR than you would have had.
So here's right, and here's kind of my question, because I've heard that previous comments saying that all the old conditions will carry. I hope that we're not carrying the one which is reducing the FAR for this lot, because now we have better configuration and we can actually fit this house outside of the ledge, and we're not going to be.
What we can do, I'm just thinking out loud. Anybody feel free, staff feel free to weigh in. So what we could do
is
previous
conditions on the lot. We're just moving a lot line. So,
but what we've done by moving the lot line, what they're doing by moving the lot line is they're taking the zoning lot area from 19,000, I'm going to round, from 19,000 to 24,000 feet for 17. And so that is going to give them, well, they'll have the same FAR. It's just going to give them more square feet, Ms. Mock. So we could still keep the FAR limit, because your FAR, you'll still get more square feet. Bianca, what's the FAR limit? Or Nick, it's in front of you. What's the FAR limitation?
The floor area ratio calculation for lot 172B shall be limited to 12,307 square feet. That's what they have to use as zoning lot area for their FAR.
So in theory, they would get more now, right, because they have a different zoning lot area. Patrick, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, my only comment would be that if the conditions the prior commission considered when they applied the reduction still exist, I'm not suggesting the commission has to listen to what I'm saying, but that would be something that I think we would have to consider as the fundamental issues here changed by this reorganization, or do they still exist, like the steep slopes, limited developability?
Right. I think it was more almost like lot shape and the fact that actually you have exposed significant exposed ledge.
Right.
But in this case, now we have two more regular shaped lots,
Mm-hmm.
disregarding the exposed ledge. So, to me, maybe this doesn't have an issue. You have an existing residence that's not going to be removed. You have a new residence, but that size of that house actually is going to be limited by just geological or geometric factors because of the ledge and the slope and all that.
Let me throw in a Solomonic thought. How about a finding that the original subdivision sought to limit the total square footage of the proposed of a future development due to lot configuration and topography, and that on development the commission or the P&Z staff will take this into account. I think, Patrick, it means you pretty much have to bring 17 before us. So
Yeah.
we would recognize that there was a limitation. We wouldn't force the 12,000 feet to be kept. And we would say, but we would recognize why the limitation was put into place, and we would open it for us to decide to whether or not to carry it. Does that work?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I looking at this, and I think it's pretty obvious that rock outcropping in the south central area of the lot is probably the predicament that gave the last commission a cause for pause. And now we've, created a reasonable building envelope, I'll say, over here. But I don't know if staff is going to be able to incorporate all the commission's comments.
I think it has to just come up to us. Sorry, Patrick, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, you're saying the same thing I'm saying.
Yeah. Bianca?
You also previously had that big rock outcrop only on 17, and now it's split between 17 and 15. So are you reducing the FAR for 15 as well?
Well, 15 exists already, so it's not going to come in for redevelopment.
Yeah, but Ms. Dygard, I see where you're coming from. Now that rock is split in half by the subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
So potentially, yes, tear the house down, you get a bigger house because now you got more land. But I would say that statement, that understanding that actually the original subdivision had limits due to topographic conditions, I would say if either lot ever gets redeveloped, that we want to see it.
Good. I'm with that. So the commission makes the finding that there was this limitation, and as a result, future development of either lot shall return to the commission for evaluation of an appropriate level of development. How does that sound?
Okay.
So we wouldn't force you to stay to the 12,000 right now. But here's the trade-off. You've got to go to wetlands with a plan that you figure we're going to be able to live with.
Right.
And so what I'm thinking is potentially, Patrick, does it make it all sense that they come into us first and we leave it open and then they go to wetlands? Just for process?
Issue the decision
you mean so that the commission can give a report to the wetlands agency to consider?
Yes. Yeah. On the FAR, on the total square footage.
Well, the wetlands agency is not going to be worried about FAR.
Okay. Okay. So you go to wetlands and just, propose the development plan that works for wetlands, and then come to us and we'll look at both sites whenever they develop. But we'll just say the commission had limited the square footage at the time the subdivision was considered, and therefore will reevaluate that limitation at the time of future development.
Can I ask a question? So the limitation was applied to one lot. Now we are being punished with both lots having this kind of limitation.
Go ahead, Nick.
Going to hunt them whenever there's any changes.
Well, see, this is what it is, because I think we're looking at topographic issues. We're looking at the significant exposed ledge, and their previous commissions actually sought to actually making sure that this doesn't get overdeveloped. You're going to definitely come back for the new one, and if the other lot is redeveloped, then that would come back as well. And I think it's actually just an assurance to make sure that actually everything that we've done or a previous commission has done is actually adhered to.
So all Nick is saying is, look, it's the configuration of the lot, that's the topography of the lot that was the cause of the limitation, and now you've moved a piece of that into 15. So now we need to see both.
Right. And the original lot, the original dwelling may never be redeveloped.
Right. And then you would be fine.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to bother you.
I think the biggest concern, as we see it now, the new lot with its retaining walls, its drainage structures, so on and so forth, is current code. The older one, no drainage, no retaining walls, so on and so forth. We just want to make sure what if they do something there, it's going to be actually conforming, and it's not, crazy calisthenics to get it to work right.
I see that the owner is raising hand.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Tatiana?
Yeah. You'll have to rename, Patrick, if you would rename her when she comes in, it's Astankova.
Yes, this is
okay, wait. No, can't talk yet. Okay. Mr. Court Reporter, it's both of them. So Patrick is working on the renaming. I'm sorry, we have to have the full names when we're in the public hearing. So Patrick, if you could put that up for him. Mr. Court Reporter, it's Tatiana is Astankova.
Yes.
Stankova. And the gentleman is Andrei Rybka, and it's AndreyRybka.
Yes.
Okay. All righty. And I assume the court reporter is good with that. Okay. So, okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Great.
So,
yes, Mr. Rybka.
So we just wanted to clarify that we're not planning to do anything with 15 Pleasant, right? I think there was a question, so that's why I raised my hand to make sure that it's clear that we're not planning to do anything with it.
We knew that. But you know what? In 40 years, when we're all gone, you and us, maybe not you, but maybe us, when we're all gone, it'll be a different planet, and somebody may want to do it differently. So we'll just put in the record that the commission had this concern about 15 when it was first subdivided, and they will decide when, someday in the future. And in the meantime, on 17, we won't mandate the 12,000 limitation, but you would come before us for that development, and we would see how it looks to fit with so a big important part would be the conservation concerns. And since Ms. Mock has a background in that, I would listen to her advice on what is most respectful of the conservation concerns that they'll raise when they see the application. Okay, thank you. Mr. McRae.
Yeah, Steph, what is the park or open space that this bumps up in against? So I think it's across the street from the ISD.
It's the Shangala Nature Preserve that's over there. The natural area, I think it's called.
Right, that's actually behind and borders all of lot.
Yeah,
it is. It is both sides of the street. So it's north and south side of MacArthur, which is a street down the hill.
Yeah. Okay, so it's on two sides. Yeah, I see it here. Okay, great. So even more to actually understand, what's happening with this on this steep slope abutting the open space, the preserve. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Nick, I'm lowering your hand. I can't see you, but okay. Yeah. So Ms. Mock, what else? That's it. Okay. Is there any comment from the public on this application at 15 Pleasant View Place and 17 Pleasant View Place? This is in the R7 zone. It is for a final re-subdivision. 15 and 17 Pleasant View Place. No. Anybody raise your virtual hand? Okay. All right. So does the commission have any objection to closing this item at this time?
No.
Hearing no objection, this item is closed. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thank you. Same to you.
We'll see you when you come back. Bye-bye. Okay. Okay, they're all gone. All right, now we have our next application. We are now going to item 9. Nobody get confused. It's item 9, and I probably announced it was postponed. Okay, so our next application is Carolyn and David Hahn for a zoning map amendment to rezone a portion of the property at 84 Cogniwag Road from the RA2 to the R12. Kindly proceed, Ms. Orsi. And again, seated on this application is Ms. Jones for Mr. Yeski and the regular members. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe Gigi Ma from our office.
She's here.
She's okay. Thank you. And I also want to send thank you to Pat for recommending that we get bumped up in the agenda. Appreciate that. Good evening, everyone. Rachel Orsi from SE Minor on behalf of the applicant for 84 Cogniwag Road. We are here this evening seeking to rezone the property from its current split zone designation of RA2 and R12 to a single consistent R12 zone. And if I'm able to share my screen tonight, I would appreciate it. I have a brief presentation. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yep.
Thank you very much. By approving this rezoning, the result would resolve multiple nonconformities, bringing the parcel fully into compliance. It would reduce and even prevent future variance requests, removing unnecessary burdens on the town, ZBA, and the property owner. It also reduces administrative burden by allowing staff to evaluate applications more quickly and consistently. And finally, it eliminates interpretive conflicts by removing inconsistencies and overlapping regulations created by a split zone parcel, preventing further disputes, appeals, corrective actions, or legal actions. In sum, it not only benefits the property owner, but also the town. For context, 84 Cogniwag comprises of 1.998 acres on the west side of Cogniwag Road. And the property currently contains a single-family residence, paved driveway, and is on sewer. It is currently non-conforming in terms of lot area, front yard setback, and side yard setback. And it also is divided between the RA2 and R12 zoning districts. For a brief zoning history and evolution, in 1926, in the first zoning map, this property was originally in the A residence zone. It was then changed in 1947, which the first zoning split of this property occurred. And it divided the parcel and the surrounding neighborhood to RA1 and R12 zones. And then there was an update in 1956, and the zoning map was revised to rezone the western portion to RA2. And the surrounding neighborhood, resulting in the current RA2 and R12 split. As part of the application, we evaluated the zoning regulations as they apply to this property and what they would look like as we step down between zones. As currently zoned, the property is non-conforming for RA2 in respect to acreage, front yard setback, and side yard setback. You'll see here they are shaded in red for all of the non-conformities. When the property was zoned in RA1 in 1947, it was closer to conformity in both lot area and some setbacks. However, returning the property to RA1 today would create spot zoning, which is neither desirable nor appropriate. You can see that the first zone that this property fully complies with is R12. So why R12 is the correct zoning in this case? Again, it allows for full zoning compliance and resolves long-standing nonconformities inherited through zoning map changes. The rezoning also avoids future variance requests. Split zone is inherently problematic. Any future modification, whether structural, architectural, or even landscaping elements, forces the property owner to navigate two separate regulatory schemes. A consistent R12 district dramatically reduces the likelihood of future variance applications and ensures a more predictable regulatory path. And finally, it allows for a more clear zoning process for the town administration as well. As you have heard, split zones create unnecessary ambiguity, inconsistent interpretations, and even increased administrative burden. Where unifying the property under R12 removes these obstacles and clarifies regulatory framework for both the town and the property owner. So in conclusion, the proposed rezoning of 84 Cognimont from a current split of RA2 and R12 designation entirely to R12 is an appropriate adjustment that would be more cohesive with the existing development pattern of the southern and eastern neighborhoods. It would also bring the property fully into zoning compliance, eliminate existing nonconformities, and promotes consistency with the adjacent R12 properties to the southeast and northeast. And we're happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Questions from the commission?
Ms. Orsi, did the applicant explore looking for 87.12 square feet to make the lot conforming?
They did. They've actually approached a neighbor in hopes of some sort of either lot exchange or shifting, but it was determined to be not an option.
It was declined at that time, yeah.
At that time, do you know how long ago that was?
Within the last year.
I see. Okay.
Right before we applied here.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. McRae?
Staff, for the technical aspect of the split zone, it'd be a blended FAR?
Correct. You would take the area that's in each zone and you would apply the floor area to each part and then add that together and you would get a hybrid number.
Okay. And the setbacks, because of its non-conforming, go down to the RA1?
No, actually the lot area is
no, that's right. He's right. The setback, because it's a non-conforming lot, under 6.9, it would go, and it's in the 2-acre zone, it could go to the 1-acre setbacks.
For the larger part, I would, well,
yeah,
we'd have to, yeah, that's going to be an interpretation that we have to discuss about where the setbacks would be. There's going to be differing setbacks on these lots depending on how much area is in each.
Well, wait, no, we're only doing the rezone.
It's a function of rezone. I think I actually
understand. But I'm saying on each side of the line.
Okay, just when you said these lots, plural, you lost me.
Right. I think it's more of a function of what's there now. How does it work, or how would it work now as a condition of its non-conformancy? You're, literally half a hair short of actually full size. What would the parameters being applied now for this lot in this condition it's in, which is all a zoning issue of setback, lot size, and just like I said, zoning. So.
I'm sorry, I did misspeak, but Mr. McRae, what I heard you ask was about how it would work if it was developed in the split scenario. And so,
So if I was actually going to develop this property now, it's a non-conforming lot, so I drop to something in terms of a setback, which would be, if it wasn't split by a zone line, it be down to the RA1, but we'd have to actually, that's up for interpretation by the zoning enforcement
I
officer.
think,
and then,
no, well, that would actually be up to us, not to the zoning enforcement officer, because we interpret our regulations. So what I would say to you is that since this is non-conforming in the 2-acre zone.
Rachel, can we go to the plan? Sorry.
Okay, so since this is non-conforming in the 2-acre zone, the way 6.9 is written, it would be allowed, as I'm interpreting it right now, to go to the setbacks of the 1-acre zone. The part that is currently in the R12 is not non-conforming at this point because that's not the bulk of the property.
Mhm.
I think that's my take. I mean, I'd be interested in hearing how Patrick and
So, yeah.
Jim Lunny.
Yeah, so
read it.
I would say by practice, that is exactly what we've done, is that the area in the smaller zone, the
Is
small
excluded.
would be
Yeah.
treated differently, and it would
Yeah.
have different setbacks than the bulk that's in the larger area.
Yeah. So we would go to that, but that's not what they're looking for anyway, Nick. What they're looking for is
Mhm.
we want to be R12. They're not asking you if they can stay RA2. So they want to be R12.
Mhm.
And that's why Patrick was already going to the multiple lots. So I think the question, is that, Nick, is that your last question for now?
Yeah, I think, because it's a study in nonconformancies. Yes, there are the nonconformancies, but everything seems to be just short of being non-conforming.
Well, the frontage is conforming.
Well, again, I think
The lot shape fits the circle.
Yeah.
Their FAR is currently conforming. For the RA2, it's 0.05 versus 0.09. Their green area is conforming. So this isn't actually, their front yard setback is deficient.
But is it because the house was built in 1952?
No, yeah. Their front yard setback's deficient, but their rear setback is quite generous. And some of 35 feet. So on the side, they're deficient on one side and they're good on the other. So this is not a wildly non-conforming RA2 lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, most things on this are conforming. I mean, if you're at 1.998 acres instead of 2, you're at 158 feet of frontage versus 125 or 150. You've got the 200 diameter circle. You've got your FAR is well in line. Your green area is way good, and your only deficiency is your front yard setback and one of your side yards. So, no, I think let's go quick to Arn, and then we can come back to this incredibly interesting zoning discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who's ever controlling it, if we could go to page 27 of the staff report.
Mm-hmm.
Just to look at adjacent lots.
Oh, great. I guess you raised this yesterday. Great segue.
Well, I learned it from Nick.
Oh, no.
The many things I've learned from him.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Don't trust it for a
Mr.
second,
Wells,
huh?
my young Padawan.
All right.
So, anyway, I mean, one of the things, if you're looking at a zoning change, is looking at the adjacent areas.
You got
it. Southeast R12, smaller lots, northwest, these lots look pretty similar to 84 Cognywog, in terms of size and obviously the number of buildings on them. So I'm not seeing an argument that this R2, in terms of the adjacent properties, is out of line. In fact, I find it more consistent with the R2
Mm-hmm.
than the R12. So that's my first point.
So really what you're saying is only a corner, only one side, let me put it differently, only one side of this property touches on the smaller zone, and the other three sides are nowhere near smaller zone. Well, right?
Or at least two. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you've got that open space area separating. Okay, go ahead,
Right.
Mr. Wells.
Thank you. So if we could go to page 15 of the staff report. Again, going to rely on Nick, who's the expert.
Nick.
I'm blaming Nick, who's the expert on contour lines. But are we there? Yeah. So you look sloping down to the southeast. You know, the contour lines start at 78 and then going northwest, go up, I don't know, 112 or so. So
112.
And that's obviously the reason why we're getting all these neighboring letters, because, you know, the water's running downhill. So you wonder, with the additional development, as they say, I'm just saying the letters are reinforcing what we're seeing on the contour lines. This is a steep slope heading towards the neighbors. More impervious surface will probably increase the flooding. And then I did have a question for Ms. Orsi, and that is, there's a Cultec system there with a PV pipe up in the northwest corner. If you could, do you know what that is? What the purpose is and where the pipe ends up, if you know?
Or if you're referring to the culvert, kind of just behind the house, is that what you're referring to?
Well, they're describing it a Cultec system, but
the Cultec is a drainage system. So
I'm afraid that Mr. Wells is aware of that, Ms. Orsi.
Okay, then I'm misunderstanding the
He's
question.
asking you about the Cultec system, and he's asking you a question. He's reading the label and he says, you know, there's the approximate location of the Cultec system, and he's asking you a question about it. Go ahead, Mr. Wells.
Yeah, what is it doing there? Is it catching water coming in from the northwest? And then there's a pipe, an 8-inch pipe that you've got in your plan, but it doesn't show where does that pipe end up. So purpose of the Cultec system and where does the water end up?
Patrick, are you able to zoom in slightly on the, thank you.
So I think if I'm following Mr. Wells's comment here, this is the Cultec we're talking about with the note here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the PDF has got labels that are popping up on me.
Yeah, they're doing weird things. I know.
This PVC pipe, Mr. Wells, I think is the other note you're referring to.
Right. Yeah. I think I can answer that question. I've zoomed in real close. There's 3 liters on the building that feed into that Cultec, and there's a clean out for it. Then as you go lower or down on the page, there's a underground piece of PVC 8-inch diameter that connects a stream and wetland area from above to the stream wetland area below.
Does it all stay on the property, Nick? I mean,
well, that's it. The Cultec weeps whatever they catches from the leaders. It doesn't have an outfall, and this other PVC between the 2 wetland areas, it's just connecting one to the other underground under the backyard.
Okay.
And I can say that there was a recent wetland application, I believe 2021, in relation to that piped, that PVC connecting those 2 wetland pockets.
So, I mean, I guess question for Nick. So it's okay to have water draining from a house going into wetlands and then going to another wetlands?
If you filtered it.
Well, in this case, it's actually the leaders from the house are collected in the Cultec that would be recharged into the ground. There's nothing actually discharging directly into the wetland in this case, but there is a connection. I think Ms. Orsi said it was done in 2022. You said
there was an existing pipe that had broken. The replacement happened in 2021, and that was fully permitted with wetlands.
Right. So that's what we see here. This 8-inch PVC that connects the two sides of that wetland. Okay. And that's okay. So that pipe's a good thing according to wetlands. The Cultec is there just collecting laders the one's not draining to the other, which is a good thing. But again, I think actually kind of bringing up an interesting point of the tightness of this is that there's so much happening here at the same time. The house sits on a plateau at 112, as you were saying, Mr. Wells, and basically just drops off to 70 almost on the back side of it. So, and it would seem to me in a very odd way, although I'm not too sure if the zone line was drawn that, it actually follows the contour a little bit. It kind of, a good portion of the R12 zone is that sloped area and the wetland.
No, they just drew a straight line. If you pull back from where the zone line, nobody looked at that. I mean, it's somebody got lucky with where they made the zone line, but boom, it's just clearly a straight line that comes from.
What did Bob Ross call this? Happy accident?
The accident.
Yeah.
Final comment, and that is, just on all this, the applicant's trying to go to R12. I would think there's an equally strong argument to rezone the whole thing R2, and you still have some nonconformities, but you get rid of all the other staff issues of dealing with a two-zone lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Ms. Ma, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman. If we could go back to the map, Pat, that we were on previously with the neighborhoods.
And so,
was it 16?
I think 27 potentially.
27.
And Arn, what was the page of your map?
27.
Thank you.
It was
Thank
clearer
you,
than
Commissioner.
the other ones.
Yeah, and I think if we look at it, actually, more than if you look at it, I would say, the bottom, the side, and across the street, those are all R12s. And actually, as you go up north.
But crossing the street is a completely different thing. I mean, because nothing you do, I mean, I see that as a different thing, the street crossing. What we're looking at is the adjoining properties, to me. I don't know.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I know there was a similar application for 190 Lake, where they referenced the properties across the street as well, because there were no contiguous for R12. So I want to make sure that, the treatment is
consistent.
Is consistent.
But I thought there were contiguous properties. Patrick, do you remember that was the one that had to connect the wall?
There were contiguous properties.
Patrick, that was the one that one property, they had a common wall, right?
Yeah, I lived there.
Mr. Wells is familiar with this.
Yeah,
weren't there contiguous properties to the south that were the smaller zone?
The issue was one of the neighbors did not.
Yeah, go ahead. One of the neighbors, I was signaling Patrick that he was muted.
Oh, I thought you were signaling me to be quiet.
I was Patrick. No. I was saying you're muted.
So one of the neighbors was not cooperating with the move to change the zone.
Yeah, I have to look at that map again. I could swear there were, but Ms. Ma is remembering that there weren't. Patrick, what do you remember?
I remember that those were parcels that were part of the campus there, and they were undersized either by rezoning or by just the happenstance of when they were built before zoning, and they were looking for relief, and the zone being across the street was the obvious opportunity.
Because they had no other zone. In this case, Ms. Ma, what's different is you have another area to compare with, which is the adjoining properties. So in this case, so your first preference would not be across the street. That's really what Patrick just said.
Sure.
They went to across the street. I mean, but I get your point. You want us to be equitable, but equitable would be if you do have adjoining properties here to compare with. Okay.
Yeah, and also on 190, I believe the adjoining property, I think it was 4 properties that were converted into R12, and the southern properties that actually abut the properties that were turned into R12 are still RA2.
Mm-hmm.
That's, a consideration.
You're right, Ms. Maya. It's like a C shape, and there's small.
Exactly. It really stuck out because it's the only 4 across the street that are 12. And we definitely hear you on the rezoning and it being undersized. Obviously, our client here also, this property was RA1, recall, and it was rezoned and became an undersized. So some of the fact pattern is still, there's similar themes here in terms of 190 Lake and then this property.
Okay, all right. What else from the commission? All right, why don't we listen to if there's any neighbors here? All right, okay, neighbors, would you kindly raise your virtual hand? Everybody who wants to speak, 3. Anybody else, 4? Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna give each of you 3 minutes. If you still have something to say when you're done, raise your hand again, and at the end we'll call on you again, okay? I just read something where they recommend that that's a good thing. So we know that people are disciplined about their comments. Okay. So, Mr.
Just remind everybody that this is about the rezoning only. We are not talking about subdivision.
Yeah.
That'll be for another date and time when that application is pending.
Mr. Gilder, you're first, and followed by Mr. Gunsberg. And just saying, Mr. Gilder, this is only the rezoning from RA2 to R12. Hello, Mr. Gilder.
Good evening. I'll try and make this short, and I understand.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Mark Gilder. I live at 32 Fado Lane, a directly downhill abutting property owner, and I respectfully ask that my comments be entered into the record. My comments tonight address item 9, the request to rezone a large portion of 84 Cognewag Road from RA2 to R12. According to the staff report, as I got to read through it tonight, the area proposed for rezoning is the RA2 hillside, which is the steepest and most environmentally sensitive part of the property. This section drains directly to the homes and roadway on Fado Lane. Our neighborhood already sees significant runoff and flooding. This is a very steep hill right behind my house during heavy storms, and any increase in density or land disturbance on that hillside will only make those conditions worse. The existing RA2 zoning was applied to this area for protective reasons, and the steep grades, water flow patterns, and soil conditions all point to the same conclusion. This land cannot safely support the intensity allowed in an R12 district. The staff materials also note that the parcel is already non-conforming in RA2, and the application appears to assume public sewer service, which may not be accurate, but if the property relies on septic, that creates even greater constraints on a site with very limited infiltration capacity. Given the slope, drainage, and environmental limitations, this portion of the property is not suitable for higher density zoning. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the commission to deny the zoning map amendment. Thank you.
Well done, Mr. Gilder. Perfectly timed. Thank you for the economy of words in your comments. Mr. Gunsberg, you are next. Followed by Dr. Jason Liu.
Madam Chair, nice to see you.
You too, sir. Well, we can't see you.
Commissioner LaRoe and members of the commission. What my neighbor, Mr. Gilder has said is absolutely true. We've been here for 28 years. Since the installation of the sanitary sewers and all of the blasting that took place up and down Cognewag Road, the water course has changed dramatically, on top of the fact that we're already looking at being downhill. We've had multiple floods in the circle. I've had multiple floods coming up almost to the door of my home until the rain and the drainage can catch up. The drain in front of my home runs uphill, does not run downhill. And the people in DPW can tell you why, because I don't understand it. And so we really do have an issue here. I'm normally here arguing about accessibility, but I'm really afraid for my property and my home and my neighbors. So thank you, Mr. Gilder.
Can I wait? Don't go away yet. Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
We were looking at the sewer service map yesterday for your area,
Right.
And they extended it. How far does the sewer service go up now? Because the map doesn't show this property as being in the sewer area.
I think it goes up to, what's the first road that goes down to the right of Cognywog?
DeLuca?
No, past DeLuca.
Ridge.
I have the map in front of me. Hold on a second.
I'm looking at it too.
I'm sure you're asking about the sewer benefit area where
Yeah.
parcels in it. Yeah. It appears from the town's map that this property is not in it.
Right. That's what we looked at yesterday, but they extended it on Fado.
Right. It
Got
touches it does extend to the properties on the south and the northeast.
Okay, but before we go on with that though, the property directly to the, I guess, north of this, there is a sewer line that goes to a sewer main that's in Cognywog in front of the street. This is on the survey provided by SE Minor. So
Wow.
that particular sewer main in Cognywog and that other lateral serving whatever that is could be a private situation.
It must be because we looked yesterday, we looked during the briefing, and Patrick had already looked at the town website, and I looked at the GIS from Westcog, and neither one of them showed this address as being in the sewer service area.
Right. And then the sewer benefit map, actually, everything to the southeast of it and directly across the street is in the benefit lane in the benefit map. So it's that kind of thing. It's you have something happening out there on the map, you have something on a benefit map, but really that's actually something that's part of the site plan that's got to be discussed. So you know, that's it. And to me, actually, if that's sanitary sewer that's already in Cognywog, disposition of that, if it's actually town owned or what, it could be that this house built in 52 was never connected, even though it's there. But we don't have any specifics on that.
But
so.
the map doesn't show it. That's what I'm saying to you. The most recent mapping does not show it being in a service area.
It does not. No, it's not.
No.
The most recent sewer benefit map I have in front of me doesn't.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Gunsberg?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice Thanksgiving.
You too. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Always. Pleasure.
Miss Dr. Liu, if you would go ahead, and then after that is Chris Rosa DeSant.
Yes. Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time and pay attention to this rezoning issue. I strongly object to the rezoning, considering we have been living here for more than 44 years. So we know the reality on the ground. Beyond those gentlemen's great comment regarding the environmental issues, there's a lot of practical and safety issues in this very windy corner on Cognywog Road in front of the 84 Cognywog Road. It's a kind of very treacherous blind alley. Actually, we almost have a daily kind of almost miss of car accidents happening in this place. So the safety, especially, we have some younger people living in this area. If the traffic become out of control, the young children can get injured. It's a very vulnerable place. So I want this observation to be brought to you for a sound judgment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu.
Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker is Chris Rosa DeSant. If you would unmute. Go ahead, you're good to go. You're unmuted. I can't hear you, but you're unmuted. Can't hear you. You are unmuted. Your mic must not be connected. Can you try to turn up the volume? I'll tell you what, we're going to leave you there for, we'll keep talking and we're going to leave you there. And no, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just had a question. So if there's a septic system here, shouldn't that be on this map that we're looking at where we see, should that be shown?
Ms. Orsi Ms. Orsi has her hand up. You guys decide.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. There is no septic system on this site. It's connected to sewer, and I believe our client's been paying taxes for sewer for as long as he's owned it. So he is connected. There is no current septic system on the property.
Okay, it's just because you can pay sewer taxes without being connected, just because you have the ability to access it. But many people got exemptions when it was put in various neighborhoods because of their topography sometimes.
Okay.
We spoke with the client yesterday and he confirmed he's on sewer.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't show up on any of the town maps as being on sewer. Okay. Any other further comment from the commission? Any other outstanding questions?
No, just say it. Can
Okay.
you hear us now?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now. I'm glad we kind of let you hang out there. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, my wife and I sort of were doing a tag team. She was home and she signed in, and I got home and I'm talking, and I with what Mark Gilder and Dr. Liu said. Now, I have to applaud Ms. Orsi's efforts to achieve conformity. It sounds almost heroic if benevolent, but if you get beyond the niceties of zoning speak, it wholly ignores the really negative impact it will have on the community, particularly those members of Lower Fatal Lane. The issue is water. The property line is very steep. Water pours down, casts down in the event of severe storm. The area in the 30 years I've been has grown tremendously. And the current town storm drains can't deal with heavy water flow. They back up. I lost a car to Storm Ida a few years ago. The water rose so high up my driveway, which is sloping away, and certainly building high density housing in the particular area would be very, very damaging to the people of Fatal Lane. This is not a matter of complete flatlands where people can do want with their property. What they do here is going to impact us very adversely. I can remember around 1999, the owner of 27 Fedor to expand his housing, whatever his last name was, and his plan to expand was not approved because of the water issue. There's a brook of some sort around 7 Fatal, and it just pours. It just comes down. I thought there was a brook in front of my house on occasion in a severe storm. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, both of you. I'm glad you got on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mikhail Levakin, you are next.
Good evening. I'm the property owner downhill, right downhill, 27 Fatal Lane, and I'd like to echo everything that my neighbors confirmed, said, and confirmed the validity of that statements, because my property suffers the most because I take a hit of all that water first, and since 2021, when the drainage improvements were applied at 84 Cogniwa, we experiencing much heavier and consistent flooding. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levachen. Okay, anything else from anybody? Ms. Ma.
Yeah, if the public comments are completed, I want to say we definitely hear the neighbors. I'm a homeowner myself. In terms of the concerns around flooding, stormwater, I think this is an opportunity for us to potentially make it better by putting in stormwater, stormwater management structures. So I hear their concerns, but I also don't think it's necessarily one way, and our client is definitely open to that should it come to that. And I don't know if it comes off of our property or if it's a general issue. If it's a general issue, it's not off of this property. That's not something we can assist with. But if it's something that's coming off of our property currently, that's something that we can definitely look into. And I think this is an opportunity to potentially, make it better.
Thank you. Okay. So what does the commission want to do with this? Any take from people? Do you want to close it? Do you want to leave it open? Do you have open issues?
How does this relate to the postponed site? Should we do them together?
Well, it's one and then the other. So, I mean, this one has to be done first before you can do the next one, and they can be in any separation of time that you want. So we don't have to do them together.
I don't know why we can't just deal with it tonight unless there are outstanding issues. I don't have any more.
So I had two outstanding issues in my head. I would kind of like to look at, to Ms. Ma's point, I want to go back and look at Lake Avenue again and the fact set with Lake Avenue and the decision and the map on Lake Avenue. And then I also wanted to ask Sandra if she would, I just want to look at other rezonings that we've done. But all of that, we can close this application and just decide it in 2 weeks. Oh, Patrick's going to groan because we've started doing that to him. I just would like to look at the fact set. To Ms. Ma's point, I want to make sure that we're being consistent in our decisions, and I don't remember Lake Avenue that well. Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, is there some way to for we the town to evaluate the degree of risk associated with the projected work on this site and its effect on the downstream neighbors?
We see that it's not in a flood zone. I looked that up over the weekend, and it's not in a FEMA flood zone. But we could, I mean, one of the things we could do is Patrick can speak to the folks that know about flood risk and what the history has been, and that could be given to us by Patrick or Sandra, and when we decide it. I mean, we could have.
Is it rainwater flood?
It's rainwater.
Okay, so then I think actually getting to what Mr. Lowe said, it's more of a discussion or a study of drainage structures, drainage patterns, that kind of thing.
And
exactly.
Runoff.
Yeah.
And runoff. And to Ms. Ma is happily nodding, but that's actually she has a point that if you improve the drainage on these properties, you would have potentially less runoff, but you do have the steep slope issue.
It's actually it's weirder than that because right now you have a wetland that drains from north to south and winds up in the backyard of everybody we just talked to. This piece of property could be an absolute desert, and the flooding issues they're having downstream could be just this wetland that goes from one to the other. And it, Miss Orsi, the property to the northwest, there's a pond out there or something, isn't there? Do we know?
We should take a look. Let's see.
Hold on.
here. The one
Miss-
right to the north, Commissioner?
Hold on a second. Mr. Wells had brought that map up, page 15, I think it was, Arn?
27.
27,
7.
And none of us.
GIS,
Oh, no, 15, yeah, it was 15.
Oh, it's 50.
not on the GIS either. I just saw someplace where it had a,
Maybe Google Earth.
Yeah, I was just going there.
there it is. No, page 14. It was actually the rezoning map that was supplied by the applicant.
Oh, yeah.
So if I'm looking at that, there's a pond to the northwest of the property. And that pond drains through the property down to somewhere down on Fatal Lane. So getting back to actually that thought Mr. Lowe had, yeah, it could be a lot of different things, but I would think actually, what is that drainage pattern? How does that work? Does that thing fill up and then just drain right through this property to everything down below?
Mr. McRae, that blue
Yeah.
amoeboid there, I believe that is a wetland or some interconnected water course because it doesn't show up on the aerial photographs.
Okay, so it's a wetland area, pond, marsh, bog.
Right. I think
Something.
it's definitely hydric soils or whatever you want to classify it as right now as a lay person. The little tooth-shaped thing north of that, Bianca, that appears to be a water body. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 parcels up from the subject parcel. That right there, that appears to be a water body.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that wetlands can't overflow. I mean,
Right.
just because right?
Wetlands are they're usually a response to a low spot where the water collects and over time and the hydric soils are created. So yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so
it would be interesting, I'm sorry, it would be interesting to know whether the applicant has in mind specific steps to take, whether it's constructing whatever ways to contain this water on the property in some way that would improve the current condition, irrespective of any work done there.
but I'm not sure that's part of the rezone consideration. Is it, Patrick? Can we legitimately?
I don't want to put words into Mr. Lowe's mouth, but I think perhaps what Mr. Lowe you're saying is by rezoning, does the potential redevelopment or impervious coverage and all the things that come along with development, is that increasing or decreasing?
Perfect. Okay, greatly put. Beautifully said. Okay, and Ms. Ma is ready to answer.
That's
Go
why
ahead.
he gets paid the big money.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Ma.
So 2 points. One is certainly we would have to manage the stormwater or any added impervious. But 2 is if we were to go down this route, if we looked at an open space or a conservation easement, that's almost 150 feet in from the rear setback. As of right, we currently can build up to 50 feet against the rear setback. So if we're able to determine an area with 150 feet of non-buildable, however it's done, it would actually improve matters in terms of where the impervious can actually be put, if that makes any sense. It's 3 times, as a matter of fact, than the regulatory setback.
Yeah, see, we can't get into the subdivision.
I know.
And okay, and I can't even comment on it. Okay, so let's go back to yes, Miss Orsi.
Right, just to kind of expand what Ms. Bell was saying, as you're aware, Greenwich has very involved stormwater drainage manual. So any proposed development on this site, whether it's as of right via its existing split zoning via RA2 and R12, or if it were completely zoned R12, it would need to meet the requirements for the stormwater manual, which does require the runoff leaving the site to either maintain existing conditions or it needs to be improved. And that's by infiltration, keeping stormwater on site. But ultimately, the existing drainage patterns as they are need to be maintained. So where that existing wetland system drains from north to south, that does need to be maintained. But there are protections, from development in regard to reducing how much runoff is actually leaving the site. And it also is then treated with stormwater systems.
Mm-hmm. Also, I don't know if this is.
Say that this commissioner, anyway, is not completely convinced and comfortable with that the current stormwater manual as written handles current situations and worsening situations. And we're seeing that all over town.
Which is why actually DPW has been starting to ask for 100-year storm, and we could do that on this eventually on something else we see. Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, I would classify the drainage manual as it does a good job of mitigating the increased development area and mitigating that. If there are already conditions where there is flooding occurring during storm events or the topography, that's not captured because that's an existing condition. And if it's exacerbated by slopes and valleys and things like that, then it may not mitigate that issue alone because that's that's pre-development. And so I understand everyone's concerned about the runoff and the drainage, but so it's not exactly a solve. It doesn't retroactively reduce.
But it's a manual for development, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Ma, would you like to add something?
Yes, Chairwoman. I don't know if this is even possible, not for the subdivision, but for the rezoning. We would have to discuss this with the client, but my guess is he might be open to conservation easement in the rear of the lot if we are able to, if the road rezoning can occur, so that there is more limited development even for a single family home in that rear setback. So today the setback is 50 feet for a rear setback. So a conservation zone of more than that. So historically now, 40 years from now, I love your analogies, 40 years from now, no one can put a house closer than, twice the distance of what the current setback is. I don't know if that's interesting to the commissioners. And it's something that we would have to confirm with the client.
Okay, so I think you just kind of answered my question. I'd be kind of happier to leave this open. And because that enables us to openly get more information. I mean, I know I want to look at 190. I want to understand how the sewer thing worked. I guess they're on a private connection, which was Anil was saying a lot of people took the opportunity to pay for the connection. Patrick, do you want to add?
No, you're getting to the
and the drainage, the storm. I want to be able to get input, and if I think it's fair to the applicant, if we close it and we're getting input internally, you're not privy to that. And if we leave it open, we could. Now, while we're at it, on this one, we can leave it open because it's not even a must open till the 10th of December. On the one you postponed, we are very much in need of an extension because for some strange reason, even though this is the first time it's before us, it's also a must decide.
The timing of the subdivision is much quicker than the public hearing.
Okay. But the thing is, there is maximum extension available to the end of January. The ideal thing would be if you could just line it up. If you could just give us time on that, because I wouldn't want to deny you the subdivision because it's out of time. So if before our meeting ends tonight, you could send Patrick the extension, that would be awesome. And then I would suggest, I mean, I hate to drag things from one meeting to the next if we could, but I feel like there's still some stuff to chew on here. I know Mr. Wells is not convinced, right? Mr. Wells, you need some more information to decide whether you would agree to the rezoning.
I think extending this would be a great idea, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll continue this for when we can accommodate it, and just give us a little time on the extension. Well, you don't need an extension here. Just give us a little time on the subdivision, because we've got to do this one first.
Yes, and I think Bianca had reached
Okay.
out, so we'll
All
get
right.
that extension over. And I just want to confirm if we, extending this to another meeting, we're able to keep this item separate from the preliminary subdivision.
If that's what you want to do, if you don't want to have them discussed on the same night, then that's fine. We can do that. But with the short time frame to make decisions on the subdivision applications, maybe it's worth pulling that and then reapplying after, if there's a successful rezoning.
Okay.
Sure. And I think it can be the same night, just open.
You
discuss
want it
separately.
separate. Okay.
Correct.
We were seeing it as one big thing, because it's really one big thing you're doing. You're rezoning so you can subdivide. So to us, it's one package.
I mean, we're okay if one gets approved, if just the rezoning happens.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sure, because you can always come back then. Okay. All right. So we'll continue this application. And with that, happy Thanksgiving. And Mr. Court Reporter, it's time to say goodbye to us.
No. Public hearing for the amendments.
Oh, public hearing for the amendments. I take it back.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right. Thank you, because I was already on that page. Okay, no, you got to stay.
Goodbye.
Sorry.
Goodbye.
No, you got to stay. You made me
I'll-
stress out. Don't stress me out. It's been a long day.
It's not good night, Gracie. Right.
It's not good night, Gracie. You got to stick around with us. Okay, so we go back so the chair obviously gets confused. So we're going back in time, and we are going to application number 7, which is the zoning text amendment for the smoke shops. And well, Patrick's on.
Yes. I won't talk too
Belabor
long. Belabor it. We have taken the comments from the public and the commission from last meeting. We've integrated a lot of those ideas into the amendment. I mentioned this yesterday. There was an intention to remove the reference to 8.3 of the state statutes, because that is not the direct reference. And so apologies, that's still in there, but we can make that change and correct it, or shorten it to just the general statutes, and there won't be a contextual change to it.
Right.
We have integrated the health facilities. I'll use that as a broad term that the commission was interested in for the distance from smoke shops. There was a discussion about the premium cigars, which I'm sure we're going to talk about tonight, that was created preclusion from that and being obligated to be separated by distance from other smoke shops. I think that is the bulk of the changes from the last time you saw this. So with that, I will let the commission have at it.
Okay. Commission, comments, any issues?
I don't think there's any issues as it's written.
Okay.
I think it's just more of actually being conscious of what happens going forward. We can actually stem the issues today. It's more of, the next 5 years and what happens, and if we can do anything while we're moving forward. Is there anything else we can do so that they don't proliferate beyond what we're doing today?
Okay. Mr. Wells.
Yeah, I'm just reading the definition of smoke shop. Should include any retail establishment with 20% or more of the gross floor area or sales displays used for the display, sale, or distribution of tobacco products, semicolon, nicotine products, semicolon, and then another semicolon. So tobacco products stand alone as in that definition, and I fail to understand why premium cigars, which are tobacco products, are not included in this.
Because it's under a separate law.
It's not handled by the FDA the same way, but I would frame it as it would be establishments that only engage in selling premium cigars. So if an establishment has some premium cigars and also those other nicotine devices and products, they would not be a premium cigar establishment. They would be obligated to be separated from existing establishments by the distance we've talked about.
Where does it say in this draft the reference to, I guess, state law?
It's federal law. It's the FDA.
Where's the reference to it?
The definition in there, the bulleted definition of premium cigars is taken right from the decision of the appeal of the FDA.
Yeah, I get that, but we're separating it, but we're not even referring
So
to the
why don't-
federal law.
So why don't we just, that
Okay.
is an amendment, that's just a clarification, that's a
We'll
Scrivener
cite the
thing.
case. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
just cite the case.
That'd be helpful because
Yeah.
it just comes out of the blue and you
Yep.
think, why are we
Yeah.
doing this?
why we did this in 40 years. That's smart. I appreciate that.
Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wells. Okay, so we'll just cite that. Anything else from the commission? And now we can turn to public comment. I don't know how that happened. Mr. Shahadi raised his hand, then Mr. Hegney raised his hand, and Mr. Hegney got ahead of Mr. Shahadi. He's got some kind of power over your Zoom, Patrick. Okay.
I would
so-
say that Mr. Hegney doesn't get much grace on the Zooms here. So
Poor guy. Okay, so Mr. Hegney will go first and followed by Mr. Shahadi, and I'll bring them both in.
It's freaking flyer juju.
Oh, that's what it is. He's
what it
got
is.
frequent flyer points on the
Yes.
Zoom.
It's
And
that,
so-
that
Yeah, that's what it is. Hegney
that
has
magic
frequent
memory,
flyer.
Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Priority status.
Mr. Hegney, kindly proceed. Since Mr. Tessie appeared at a meeting, please, are you here to represent a client as an attorney or as a member of the public?
No, I'm here speaking on behalf of the Tobacconist of Greenwich.
Great. Okay.
And we were the ones that suggested the amendment to the regulation that you were just discussing. And a couple of other points. We have no
Great.
objection to adding the citation to the case that separated premium cigars from other tobacco products. It's also treated differently by the state of Connecticut tax-wise, so it's separated out there as well. For my client's shop, not only do they not sell to people who are not 21, they don't allow people under 21 in the shop. And one thing that separates it out from other products is that the producers of things like, or manufacturers like Davidoff and Patron have an agreement so that they will not have another store that sells their product within a 20-mile radius. So there is an exclusivity of the product itself. Really just the opposite of what you're looking to deal with the proliferation of the smoke shops. So this would enable my client to be able to move because he's a tenant in the space that he is, although he's been there a long time. If we did not have this exception, he would not be able to move his business if his lease ran out and he was unable to work it out with the landlord. So there is a distinct protection of these types of premium cigar stores that both the owners of the stores and the manufacturers look to maintain that exclusivity, which is just the opposite of the issue you're trying to deal with from the shops coming over from Portchester.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Hegney, off the top of your head, you wouldn't happen to know what the federal regulation is that defines a premium cigar?
It was a case that was decided by the federal district court in DC rather than a regulation itself, which separated out the premium cigars from from other tobacco products. So there is a specific distinction between the two.
Okay, and it's an FDA thing.
Yes, this is
Okay.
controlled by the FDA.
FDA, very good. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shahadi.
Sorry, turning the light off that's right behind me. That looks like a hat over me.
Or a halo.
Or well, yeah, no. That's the wrong word. Anyway, my name is Al Shahadi. I am here on behalf of the Byram Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to encourage you to approve the revised draft text amendment. As always, I want to thank the Commission for your outreach over the last 6 months and working with the BNA, for your thorough discussion at last month's meeting, and for incorporating some of the changes that we had suggested. Second, I'd like to encourage the Commission to approve this. While Byram has a high concentration, we're not the only part of town with smoke shops. I do want to flag that another smoke shop is about to open at 16 North Water Street, which will make 4 in a very small area. Patrick, I may follow up with you next week to find out how this amendment might work for a smoke shop that's not quite open.
It depends on whether or not they've got the lease signed.
They probably have that.
Well,
and whether they've gotten zoning.
We'd have to discuss that because it's, again, with a change of use, the date of arrival, so to speak, may be a little bit subjective, but we'll have to.
Okay. He'll try it. I mean, it just depends on where they are in the process. How about that?
We can follow up and find that out.
Yeah, Patrick will be the expert for you. Okay.
I learning on the fly here, right?
Finally,
Yeah.
The BNA would like to have a conversation with P&Z and some of our Greenwich state legislatures to see whether smoke shops and other, I'll call them non-benevolent businesses, can be carved out of the Connecticut General Statute Section 82D4, which is the one that ties your hands in this grandfathering issue. Because I do think there is a qualitative difference between making a change in a zoning for a business that's desired in an area and in something like this where there is such a concentration, pretty much solely to avoid being located in New York State. Anyway, thank you very much. And
thank you, Mr. Shahadi. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application? Does the Commission have any further questions? Commission have any objections to closing this application at this time?
No.
This application is hereby closed, reminding you that when it comes to it, we have Ms. Jones seated for Mr. Yeski. Okay.
And Ms. Jenkins seated for me,
yes,
right?
for Mr. Wells.
And Ms. Jenkins seated for Mr. Wells. Okay, thank you. And then we go to the next one, the Planning and Zoning Department zoning text amendment to amend the HO regulation. And since in TK's absence, we have Mr. Leroux as a humble substitute. And again, we have Jones for Yeski, and now I got it straight, Jenkins for Wells.
I will just say there is no substitute for Mrs. Kulikowski, but I will stand in and deliver here. This is, again, the Commission has been working on this for quite a while, trying to clarify and strengthen our HO regulations in the way of, I will classify it as getting higher level and more consistent applications into the Commission that they feel is consistent with the intent of the regulation. We've taken a lot of the extraneous, sort of twisted language and confusing wordings, and we've streamlined that. Obviously, taking in consideration the length of time, and there is a placeholder in there for the date of what a eligible building would be, and we'll be able to decide that later. But and that is directly with our conversations with the Historic District Commission and other interested preservationists in the town who have provided their helpful input. So with that, I will leave you to your discussion.
Okay, the first question is, Mr. Lowe had some typos that he wanted corrected and Scrivener's errors. That he mentioned at the briefing yesterday, how do we manage that?
I've received those. I can certainly cite them for the commission, or we can indicate that there will be those fixes, and we can enumerate them later, Don, in the
In the
decision.
decision. Okay, and then there was a sentence that was corrected and in and out, and Mr. Lowe had cited that, and he sent you that as well.
I believe that's the redevelopment.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm losing my words now. Now that we're getting so
It's
late.
okay. Yeah, and it's not even that late. It's just that it's been
You're
a
talking
long
about
2 days.
the words restoration and
Restoration. Thank
and
you.
rehabilitation on the first page and under the section of purpose.
And that was in your list of.
Exactly. That was.
Okay, so we're good on that. Any other comments from the commission? Ooh, no other comments? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on the amendments to the HO regulations? Anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Wait, Patrick, I'm going to ask them again. Does anybody object to closing this application?
Which word did you understand?
No, it's just that yesterday during the briefing, I was like, oh my God, this is going to go on for another month. Okay, this application is hereby closed. And now we can make Mr. Basili go home?
We can force him on his way.
Okay, Mr. Basili, now you can say goodnight, Gracie, and happy turkey.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night. It was.
You had me throwing my earphones off. You freaked me out.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to take off. Maybe next time.
Tom, have a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much.
Have a good Thanksgiving. Thank you.
See you soon.
All right. Now we go to our discussion item on which Ms. Jones isn't going to be attending. I mean, and nobody's seated, so it doesn't really matter. And is the applicant here?
Yes.
All right. Brian McMahon?
They are, however.
All right. And Ms. Cronin. All right. Okie dokie. Okay, folks. Tell us about
our wonderful master plan.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to share my screen here. You know what? Okay. I did listen to the briefing meeting, but I did want to quickly kind of run through the overall master plan that the club has been working on. As I put in the narrative, this is what we're calling phase 1, which is going to kind of take us through the next 5 or so years of development at the club. They're on, almost 223 acres, 33 Round Hill Club Road. North is to the right on your screen. And I've just kind of highlighted some of the open spaces. There's a cemetery, the Boy Scouts, Greenwich Land Trust owns a piece of property right here, which is next to the club's outdoor racket facility. So I know there was a comment yesterday about lighting, which we will comply with all the new regulations, but I did want to let you know that there is some open space here, which is forested. So this little box here shows the outdoor racket area, and then over to the north, this is kind of the golf operations center and the entrance, quote unquote, to the club. So I'm gonna talk about golf first and then move to rackets. This is the existing driveway as you come in. There's kind of an unceremonious entrance to the club. This little umbrella is kind of where a guy sits and you can drop off your bag. This is an old caddy building that was converted to a simulator building. It's going to be reconverted back to that. Under this canopy is the existing pro shop. This is just a little roofed, like a billboard where they used to do manual golf scoring. And then this is a wing inside the clubhouse that currently has some employee housing units in the summer. This is the proposed site plan for this area. So this entrance is going to be improved. There's going to be like a much more generous and formal entrance and bag drop off. So when people come in, if you want to just continue on to the club, keep going down here, you can pull off, drop your bag off, or when you're leaving, you can come, and this actually might get expanded a little bit, and you can pick up your bag. The existing pro shop's going to be demolished, and then a whole new pro shop's going to be built right here. This is going to be a new storage area for golf carts, so it'll be a little bit more inconspicuous. It won't be, you know, kind of right in your view. As I mentioned, this simulator building is going to be restored back to its original function, which is a little caddy building. And then this is going to be, you can kind of see this outline. There's going to be a really nice pergola over these. This is kind of like the golf cart starting area. And there'll be some electric charging stations here. This building here is going to be a totally new golf simulator building with 3 bays, kind of in keeping with some of the other clubs that have done similar improvements. And then right here, this is again that clubhouse. This is where those seasonal apartments are, and this is going to be converted into additional bag storage. This is a rendering kind of showing the new entrance sequence. That's the pergola up there. And then this is a view from the golf course looking back. So everything's going to be, you know, architecturally in keeping with the existing club. To take you quickly through the racket facilities improvements, right now they have 4 paddle courts here, which are all going to be demolished. And then this existing tennis chalet is also going to be removed. There we go. So the paddle courts are going to be rebuilt, reoriented. This terrace is going to be expanded, and then a new pro shop / warming hut building is going to be constructed. It's connected by a roof. So then this is all new terrace, and then 2 padel courts. There is lighting right now on 2 of the tennis courts. They're going to add lighting to the rest of the tennis courts and 2 of the pickleball courts. And then there's some expanded parking going on over here. We're losing some spaces over by the golf operation area, so we're going to pick up some here for staff. And then this is
Ms. Cronin, Mr. McRae has a question for you.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
just let her
Okay,
finish
let her
and
let her
we'll-
roll. Okay, just you
Yeah,
raised your
well.
hand. Okay,
I'm
go
going
ahead.
quick. I'm trying to go quick.
No, that's okay.
So this is a rendering, so you can kind of see how everything's going to lay on the site. This next slide might take a second to pop up. I tried to do a bit of an overlay. Come on. Oh, it skipped it. Just give it a second. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I basically overlaid the GIS map with the cover sheet that Redness and Mead put together, just to kind of show you. It's very hard to see, but in the background, you can kind of see these green lines, which represents the outline of the golf course improvements. Just to clarify, we'll be coming in together soon, probably, you know, I'm hoping before the holidays, with site plan special permit for what we're calling phase 1A and 1B, which is everything I just talked to you about. Phase 1C will probably submit sometime in the spring of 2026, and that's going to be for the golf course improvements. I did hear on the briefing that you'd like to look at that. Just to give you an idea, and why the question came up was when I was talking to Pat about it, you know, some of the stuff is there is, you know, I don't want to mislead you. There is some, you know, some areas that there's going to be a little bit more substantial regrading, but generally speaking, a lot of the improvements are really like it's renovations, you know, like they're trying to clean up some of these tees, improve the bunker situation, you know, seal the cart paths essentially where they are today, irrigation basically where it is today, just sort of trying to make things more efficient. So I just sort of wanted to give you an idea, and that's why the question came up of whether you guys wanted to, you know, have it come in as a site plan. And that, I mean, that's really the presentation. I have our architect here. We do have our engineer because I did hear that there was a question about, you know, how the site drains holistically. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about any of that tonight or if you just wanted us to address that with our formal applications.
Unless Nick has a major question, he's got his little yellow hand up for. I think that here
Why is that
I would
funny?
I use the yellow hand too.
The site plan. I would rather address most of that during the site plan. Nick, go ahead.
Mr. Cronin, I think actually a big picture. And I'm not too sure if we actually had discussed this the last time you were here with the club. Maybe it was another club. For this kind of thing, you have a master plan, 5, 10 years, whatever it is. I think the lead off should be with the master plan, not getting into like crazy detail, but what am I to expect in the next 10 years? Then I know when you're coming back and saying, here's the plan for the racket facility. I can see how that's going to work and how it actually dovetails in with the rest of the site. Because right now I'm looking at the master plan for the racket courts, the racket facility. But I really have no context as to the rest of the site, the rest of the club, the neighborhood, that kind of thing. Good example is, yes, I see detail here for lighting of courts, but where on the site is this? How does it affect the neighbors? Is this light intrusive? So on and so forth. So getting that master plan of everything the club envisions for the next kind of, I don't know how many years, is something I can put in my file to say, when you come back, oh, great, now we're going to look at this, or now we're going to look at that. I understand what's going on. If for some reason it changes and the master plan changes, fine, we get an update to it. But piecemealing, you know, we're going to do this week and this next week and that, you know, then I kind of lose track of what happened. What did we do the last time? What were we thinking of? So I would say when you come back for whatever you're going to do first, bring us that whole master plan that I can put in the file. And then let's start, we can talk. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that, you know, I sort of worked with the club on what you see on the screen. Their master plan that I've looked at is like a little booklet. It's not a plan. It was really more of an analysis where they looked at their facilities and said, this is where we'd like to, you know, make improvements. These are the financial implications. This is what we'd like to do now. And what they're looking at, you know, the other stuff that is in there, there's really no plan. I mean, I'm happy to give you, like, in 10 years, they're hoping to, you know, make some improvements to the kitchen and the clubhouse. You know, they talked about,
that's what I'm looking for, is taking.
Yes, I can definitely do that.
Right.
And there's literally nothing I can illustratively show you, but I can definitely give you an outline.
Right. It's more of, here's the site, you know, in the long term, we're looking at doing something here, maybe in the next 5 years, something here in the next 7 years, that kind of thing. That way we know what to expect, and we can actually not make decisions in the blind. We're seeing, you know, holistically everything that the club intends to do. And that way, as an example, you were talking about actually reconfiguration of the front entrance and everything. But in relationship to, you know, the front entrance in relationship to just the golf facility, the club itself, the rackets, the golf course itself, where is the front entrance compared to actually Round Hill Road, so on and so forth. So we really know exactly what's going on. It's in our file. making it easier for us to look at things and easier to, present. You start at the master plan. Here it is in the master plan. Here's the detail, and we get into it and get it resolved. And I think it may even actually help you to understand, yeah, I'm going to be doing this year, and I'm going to do this next year, but maybe I shouldn't do this point because next year I'm going to have to rip it all out to do something else. You know what I mean?
Understood.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Wells?
Yeah, thank you. When you come back with the site plan, Ms. Cohen, as I mentioned yesterday, it'd be very helpful to dig in a little bit more into the drainage. I see there's some ponds or lakes down at near the bottom of the property. And do they drain into some of the brooks, maybe into Brothers Brook or Horseneck Brook? Do they drain in, number one? And number two, what are you doing to keep runoff from getting into those ponds? Because the runoff probably includes fertilizer, pesticide, weed killer, and so on. And I mentioned there was another club there where Mr. Cohen represented, where the club was putting in a new short course, and they took extensive efforts to basically keep the water on the property because they're uphill and water rolls downhill. So be very interested in what additional steps the club is going to take to keep the water as much as possible on Round Hill property. That rainwater I'm talking about. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Jenkins.
Yes, I was wondering whether there was any anticipation of increasing membership in connection with
There you go.
improvements.
No. Very good point. And no, this is all for the existing membership.
Great. Thank you very much.
So to that, Ms. Cronin, just to flesh out a little bit where Nick is going, in my simplistic mind, if you are moving forward with plans for the future that don't impact your membership, are environmentally responsible, adhere to our regulations, don't impact traffic, or have any other consideration that is impacted under our special permit standards, those things would not need to be shared with us, would they, Nick? I mean, we're really only interested.
Oh yeah, I mean, if they're changing the site plan,
right?
I wouldn't want to set a precedent where we're not seeing something.
No,
If they're
we see
changing
the
the site plan,
No, but we don't need a master plan that doesn't, items in the master plan that will never end up in a site plan, or that are not impacting the things we consider, right? What we want to know is what's going to end up in site plans, what is an impact townwide? Like, we're going to double our membership with all these new amenities. That we want to know from the master plan. But if they are repaving their golf cart paths, just, we don't, I mean, and that's part of their master plan, that's just maintenance. I mean, like, we don't care, right?
if it's something as simplistic as that, yeah, not an issue. But as soon as you actually start, a major renovation, reconstruction, new building, reconfiguration of existing parking, so on and so forth, anything that's really anything that's really dictated under site plan special permit, really, and I to me, as a master plan is, I would really like to understand of the complete facility out there, if somewhere in that book that Ms. Cronin was talking about, they're talking about actually resurfacing all of the tennis courts and upgrading everything. That's actually just a note on the plan to say, yes, at some time in the next course, that's what we're going to do.
Where I was trying to steer this is I don't want to overstep our authority. Our authority is for items that are planning and zoning related, particularly really in this case, zoning related. So things that are going to be site plans that are zoning related or that have off-site impacts, those things in the master plan, we would want to know. But there are items that are your business and that are handled internally, and that information, you just muted yourself instead of unmuting. I don't know if you meant to do that. Cronin.
Me?
No, Cronin. Okay, there she is. She's good.
Sorry,
Okay.
my dog decided she wants to come in and out and in and out.
Oh, yeah,
right
well,
when I come on screen.
yeah. And Scipio has this thing where whenever I start getting upset at an applicant, he stands in the doorway and yaps. So it's really like I shouldn't have shared that. 'Cause now everybody knows when they hear Skippy, I'm starting to run low on patience. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to make that distinction that we should not be in your business except that as it impacts us. And yet I think it's good. I think the frustration sometimes with the clubs is we get little applications little by little, and that where Mr. Macra is trying to get to is what's the additive impact. So I get that. How much are you going to end up adding? But if you're within your FAR and you're in your green area and you're in your coverage, your maxes are all met, we're okay. But that's the question. Patrick, you had your hand up and then you dropped it because I was babbling on and on.
Oh, you were babbling. You were getting.
I was babbling. I'm getting tired.
Well, the question I was going to ask the commission about where the line, well, not line, I won't say that there's a line, but where you think the work come to you or not, and you just hit it on the head.
Yeah,
So
we don't want to overstep. We don't want to be in somebody else's. I keep wanting to, somebody else's business.
Well,
But
and
on
I
the
think
other,
that was partly what
Yeah.
why the question came up about the golf course, because
Yeah.
there are regulations that say, hey, you're grading. If you change a site plan,
Mhm.
if you change grading on an approved site plan, technically
Yes.
you have the authority to review that. So
Yeah.
is it
yeah, and we're gonna,
where do you like, and if we're already going to wetlands, it's like, do you want to see it? You do
Yeah.
have the right to see it if you want to.
but those are things, that's exactly what we're talking about. But if there's something that is totally your business, like, whether you serve hamburgers in the dining, I'm exaggerating.
Right.
Okay. If
Well,
your
and-
master
and
plan
I
is to
will-
become vegan,
I will provide an outline, but
Okay.
what I presented tonight is really what the club is looking to do
perfect.
over the next 10, like they don't foresee doing anything else substantial for like 10 plus years after
Okay.
this.
Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, it seems to me that part of what we're talking about here is that there's not some nefarious or secret plan to significantly expand the facility. A lot of these clubs are just trying to keep up with the Joneses. He's trying to keep up to remain competitive with the offerings of competitive other clubs.
So that's why Jones recused?
Yes, because
It's getting late.
no one can keep up with her. That was it. So I think and I think what Ms. Cronin laid out, and I thought it was a great presentation and very quick and
Very good.
very
Excellent.
precise and very clear. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I just want to respect boundaries. I agree. It was great.
And they're just trying, from my perspective, they're just trying to they're trying to improve and make more efficient some of the existing conditions while adding a few amenities to keep up with competition. Is that a fair representation?
And then we
Ms.
come
Cronin?
from a background,
100%.
and then we come from a background where one of Ms. Cronin's clients, which is a school, has, and so now we're going to build this, and then we're going to build that.
That's more. That's a true arms race there, and that involves no, but it involves the acquisition of the town real estate. So usually.
Yep.
So
Okay.
anyway.
All right. So we'll see you when you come back.
Yeah, we'll be on before wetlands later this month, and then I'm hoping I can file with you guys before the holidays. So hopefully we'll see you early next year.
Later.
Okay, yeah, okay. And okay.
Be careful what you wish for, right?
Yeah, all right. Okay, thank you very much and happy Thanksgiving, Mr.
Thank you,
McBain. We didn't
too.
give you a chance to speak, but thank you both.
Bye,
Thank
Brian.
you.
Bye, Brian.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't move her out. It's your job because she had
Oh,
shares.
she's a co-host. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. So now we are going to do Pleasant View and the 2 amendments. And Mr. Secretary, we're dumping it on you.
But do we also have the
Oh, I hereby.
network?
What? No, we did that already.
Riversville? No, we didn't.
No, we have to vote on it.
Oh, we have to vote on it.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm tired, you guys. Whoa, I got tired of than usual. Yeah, you're right. 606. Yep.
And the 2 amendments and the minutes, which you have to do.
I'm about to do. I hereby move approval of the October 28th minutes. All were present at the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now, I'm glad you guys were all awake. 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Yep.
In whatever sector, way humble secretary would like to do it.
6 and 7. Okay. Let's start with the top one, 606 Riversville Road, final site plan of special permit. PLPZ 2025-378. Applicants requesting final site plan special permit to utilize the lower parking lot of the site as a pickup location for a drive-through food distribution point on a 5.36 acre property in the RA4 zone. And I cannot find my minutes. Whereas the proposal came as a pre-application at the 9/3/25 public hearing under file PLPZ 2025-301. Commission finds that the commission notes the proposed use is permitted by special permit in this zone for section 694A12. Commission notes the proposed use is in conformance with church community outreach per section 693-94. Wetlands Initiative Permit Needs Questionnaire dated 9/9/25 indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve the application for final site plan with the following conditions. It is once a week on weekday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. One-way vehicle queue from and to John Street. Signage is limited to directional step signs to be placed and removed within the operational times only. Site setup is allowed 30 minutes prior to 8 p.m. opening. All setup shall be removed 30 minutes after the 2 p.m. closing. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Seated on this application are Alban, McRae, Lowe, Jenkins, Furyeski, and Wells. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Lowe?
Aye.
Jenkins?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Our next one.
1517 Pleasant View Place, PLPZ 2025-403. Applicant is seeking a lot line revision where approximately 6,613 square feet will be transferred in the R7 zone. Commission finds the proposed application is neither a subdivision nor re-subdivision. Approximately 88,155 square feet will be transferred from 34. Wrong way, typo. The original subdivision sought to limit development due to topographic conditions. The lot line revision is proposed to provide additional effect. Again, typo. So we issued comments on 11/10/25 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter of acknowledging P&Z comments. Zoning issued comments dated 11/10/25 indicating issues with the required yards have been resolved. Conservation issued comments at 11/18 indicating new issues with the application. Engineering issued comments on 11/20/25 indicating the lot line revision acceptable. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 2/26/25 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the following with the following comments. For sewer division, the applicant has submitted a letter of sewer comments acknowledgement dated 11/18/25. prior to a record sheet be filing the proposed easement agreement dated 10/20/25 to continue the shared driveway access servicing both properties and maintaining one curb cut shall be reviewed by DPW and the Town of Greenwich Law Department. The applicant shall prepare a map for recording on the land records, and the record map shall note that the applicant shall return to the Planning and Zoning Commission for site review prior to development or redevelopment of either lot. And reference to the recorded should be referenced to the recorded easement, and the applicant shall address any and all outstanding or interdepartmental issues.
One amendment, whereas the original subdivision approval limited maximum development. Did you write down the words that I had? Whereas the original subdivision approval limited maximum development at 172B, which I think is 17 Pleasant View, limited the maximum development. Upon development or redevelopment of either of these properties, the commission will evaluate whether an FAR limitation, whether an FAR limitation continues to be appropriate as a result of the difficult topography that was found on the original subdivision. It's on the recording now, so if we could make that amendment, and then that gives us the flexibility to skip the original limitation, but potentially go back to it.
Okay, got it. I think
Okay.
we got it. Yeah, I'll work with
Okay.
staff on that one.
Yeah, that's good. They listen to the recording, so, all right. That must be the most interesting thing in the world, but, okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. We now go to the next one, and on the next one, Jones is seated for Yeski, and it's the regulars.
I'm
And
seated
Jenkins
for
for
Wells.
me.
And oh God, thank you. And yeah, that one's already in. I'm focused on the ones that are being changed.
Okay.
Okay, but you're right, we should say it. Okay, go.
Text amendment, smoke shops, PLPZ 2025362. This amendment will modify section 65A, 6-100 and 6-195, and the title of Division 19 to define smoke shops. It introduces formal definition of a smoke shop and smoke shops to specific use groups, and establishes location-based restrictions to mitigate potential impacts on sensitive uses. Commission finds that the CEO should comments on 10/7/25, noting if an expansion of an existing smoke shop is requested, a variance would then need to be requested. Westcog issued comments on 9/25/25, indicating the matters of local interest. The proposed amendment, excuse me, let's skip that one. The location selling premium cigars per the 8/9/23 decision of the U.S. Court of the District of Columbia definition only are excluded from this amendment. Let me read that again. Location selling premium cigars, comma, per section, per the August 8th, 23 decision of the U.S. District Court of the District of Columbia definition only, comma, are excluded from this amendment. The proposed amendment is keeping with guiding principles 1, objective 1.2G, guiding principle 5, the objective 5.2 of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, a motion to approve the text amendment.
Well done. Do I have a second?
I want to make sure, is that from staff, is that clear about the cigar thing?
Yeah, you hit the head, and we will make reference to it in the definition and also in the antithesis of it in the smoke shop as a conclusion.
All right.
Great.
We are also amending the reference in sorry, Mr. McRae, 195A4 regarding the state statutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Second, Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0.